morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today at the May 14th, 2022 County Board meeting. I am joined on the dais today by my colleagues, Vice Chairman Dorsey, Mr. Carantonis, and Mr. DeFerranti. Ms. Garvey will not be joining us today. She traveled to Germany as part of a delegation with the Northern Virginia Regional Commission to exchange information regarding climate resilient policies. Unfortunately, she has been unable to return due to a medical condition. Thank you to those who are with us in the boardroom this morning. Thank you to those who are listening in online as well. We are very pleased to have you with us this morning. I also wanted to note that on Thursday, May 12th, the board held a closed session, and we do need to complete the certification vote for that meeting. So Mr. Carantonis will ask for your vote on the motion that only matters eligible for that closed session were discussed at our Thursday, May 12th session.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Glad to have that for the record. Okay, just a few announcements before we get underway with public comment. The manager, actually no longer so recently, a couple months ago, revised the mask policy regarding county public facilities based on guidance from the CDC and the Virginia Department of Health. Masks are now optional. We welcome them if you're comfortable in them. They are not required. And you will see, we're going to do our best to continue practice on social distancing. And you may see us wearing masks based on preferences as well. Additionally, some members of the county staff and other presenters will be participating remotely as part of our hybrid meeting model, and we know that speakers will be as well. So before we launch into public comment, a few notes about comments. For in-person speakers, that podium can be adjusted using the up or down arrow buttons on your right if you'd like to bring the microphone closer or further from you. We do ask that you speak clearly into the microphone. That helps not only everyone in the boardroom hear you, but make sure that your voice is caught and can be heard online and on the broadcast. If you are submitting documents as part of your testimony today, we welcome them, but we do ask that you hand them to our clerk, Ms. Jacobs, and she can pass them out and distribute them to board members. We also encourage you to include your name and contact information on those written materials so we know where we can follow up with you. For remote speakers, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are called to speak. That minimizes disruption and maximizes bandwidth. If you're calling in, you'll have to unmute yourself using *6 on the phone or clicking the microphone button on the toolbar if you're using Teams on your app or browser. We do have a Spanish language interpreter on the line for individual translation during public comment period. Good morning to our translator. Could you introduce yourself in English and Spanish?
Good morning. This is Sherlyn Varela, your Spanish interpreter. Buenos días, Sherlyn Varela, intérprete en español para ayudarles. Gracias. Thank you.
Buenos dias, Señora Brillo. We're glad to have you with us this morning, and I believe we've been able to accommodate anybody who might need translation services. Occasionally, you might see board members get up and stretch our legs. Just want to make sure you know that we have speakers and monitors in the back, so even if we're taking a brief bio break, we can still hear and see you. We are now ready to hear from public comment speakers. I have been sharing the following reminder. Certainly we've heard questions about our public comment processes, specifically the one speaker per topic rule. So this is a great opportunity for us to share that the purpose of public comment is to bring to the board's attention issues that are not otherwise on the agenda, to ensure that we hear a range of topics, and to be fair and consistent across all speakers, we do have a one speaker per topic rule that helps us efficiently manage things so that we can get to our regular agenda on which we often have speakers waiting. It respects the time of neighbors who might be waiting for those hearings. We really appreciate everyone's help in adhering to the meeting procedures and being fair and respectful to your fellow residents. If you're here with a coordinated group today, and I believe we've got a few folks who are, we ask that you identify one representative to raise your topic, and we welcome that representative making us aware. Standing is fine. We have borrowed sometimes from the deaf community, the sign of silent applause. There are other ways to associate yourself with those views. And then we also try to remind folks there are other ways to make your views known. If you have multiple people who would like to engage more in a dialogue with the board, Open Door Monday is a great way to have a more dynamic conversation and a deeper exploration of your concerns. And you can find that information available on our website, as well as other ways to contact the board. So Ms. Jacobs here, Mr. Kushner outside, our clerks are available if you have any questions. We really thank for everybody for your partnership in managing those rules and trying to stay fair. Okay, so Ms. Jacobs, with that, I will turn to you to call our first two public comment speakers.
Our first speaker is Aaron Frias-Smith, followed by Brandon Clark.
Good morning.
Morning. I would like to take this opportunity to strongly support the staff recommendations put forth in the Missing Middle Framework, specifically the changing of single-family home zoning to allow multifamily housing in neighborhoods throughout Arlington. My partner and I purchased a 1910 farmhouse on a 9,000 square foot lot in 2013 in the Cherrydale neighborhood. The home needs more than a little TLC to maintain. Our lot, like the majority of single-family lots in Arlington, is zoned R6, meaning that only single-family detached homes are allowed to be built regardless of the size of the lot. This limitation means that our only options for our home are to renovate, which will likely put us underwater on the value of our home, or to tear down and build a home as large as possible to recoup the considerable building expenses. Both involve significant financial risk for our middle-class family. Do we increase our debt by renovating, knowing that we will not be able to recoup that debt if forced to sell? Or do we build new or sell to a developer to build, knowing that we must sell because we cannot carry that level of debt? The latter forces us out of Arlington because already home prices are beyond what we can afford on two incomes. With the proposed change, we would have the additional option of building a side-by-side duplex. This would allow us to recoup the debt of the build by being able to sell the other side of the duplex while still living in place. Yes, it would still cover 5,000 square feet on our lot, but we would be able to stay and welcome new middle-class neighbors. The missing middle framework will allow Arlington's neighborhoods to gently evolve and become a more inclusive, more sustainable, more diverse, and more vibrant. Individual families will be able to make choices that allow them to stay and also create opportunities for others. Missing middle is not the solution to every housing concern, but my family and others are depending upon it. Please do not delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Free-Smith.
Our next speaker is Brandon Clark, followed by Harlan Messenger. Brandon Clark. Okay, we will go on to Harlan Messenger.
Good morning. I'm Harlan Messenger. I live in the Waverly Hills neighborhood. I'd like to share my experience with Arlington's food waste collection program, and I'm wondering how prevalent my experience is throughout the county. Last fall, the county, the Department of Residential Waste announced with great fanfare that they were going to provide for separation of food waste from general trash. And I thought that was terrific. They supplied the kitchen bin. I ordered a green bin for collection. And I started conscientiously separating out my food scraps, my bones, my peels, my pits, and so forth, collecting them separately from my regular trash and putting them out in the green bin. After I've been doing this for 3 weeks, I happened to be standing at my front window one day when the general trash collectors came, and what I witnessed was a collector reaching into my green bin, pulling out the bags that were in there, plunking them into my black bin, and then dumping the entirety of it into the same truck, undifferentiated. I reported that to the county, and they said, well, they're not supposed to be doing that. We'll talk to them. It's the contractors, and it's in their contract that they're supposed to keep them separate. So I said, okay, I'll try it again and see what happens next time. Well, I did this for 2 more weeks, and I got the same result, and the county's response was the same. Well, there are penalties for this, and they're supposed to be doing this, and please keep reporting to us if they're not doing what they're supposed to. And I said, well, I'm not going to keep going through the trouble of this unless you tell me that the problem's been resolved. So I stopped for a couple of months. I reprised a couple of months later and observed exactly the same behavior. I stopped again, and then just this last Wednesday, I put out some food scraps in a green bin, and exactly the same thing happened. So whatever segregation of food waste everyone thinks is supposed to be happening is not, at least it's not happening on my block, and I thought I should bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messenger. Appreciate your sharing that.
Our next speaker is Howard Solotki, followed by Duke Banks.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm speaking this morning on behalf of the Old Glebe Civic Association. I want to address what community engagement should mean, particularly in the context of the missing middle housing draft framework that was released by the county a little over 2 weeks ago. 2 nights ago, I received an email from the county captioned Missing Middle Housing Study, Community Engagement Opportunities. It contained 3 items: a reference to an online feedback form that will be open for 2 more weeks, together with a reference to future unspecified community pop-ups in May. Second, a 1-page colorful summary of the draft framework. And third, a set of frequently asked questions. That was it. The online feedback form turned out to be a survey, which is arguably a form of engagement, but the one-page summary and set of FAQ are, in my view, not engagement, but just points of information. And what all three components of the engagement opportunities email share is that they are expressions of what facts and issues the county believes are important about missing middle housing. None of them allow for expression of what other facts and issues community organizations and individual residents might think are important about missing middle housing. Real community engagement involves county staff and hopefully some of you sitting down with representatives of interested civic associations and other community groups and having a discussion that entails exchanging points of view, asking specific questions and getting specific answers, providing information that others at the meeting might not be aware of, and surfacing new issues and solutions. More importantly, real public engagement involves collaboration, with all parties working together to improve outcomes and develop new ideas. The draft framework contemplates no meetings and no collaboration on the most sweeping proposed zoning change since my wife and I moved to Arlington almost 40 years ago. Indeed, the timeline in the draft framework doesn't even allow for such engagement. I strongly urge the board to slow the process down to give interested community groups the time to study the proposal in the draft framework and then sit down with staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zlotke.
Our next speaker is Duke Banks, followed by Margarita M.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. Well, yes, I'm Duke Banks, president of the Friends of Gulf Branch Nature Center, speaking to you this morning on the status of nature centers in Arlington County. We are saddened to hear that in finalizing the operating budget, you did not include $25,000 as indicated in a staff report on the additional cost to open a nature center 6 days a week to the DPR budget. This would have allowed both Gulf Branch and Long Branch nature centers to return to opening the nature centers to a pre-pandemic level of 6 days per week, as opposed to the 50% reduction of 3 days per week that the proposed budget reflected. $25,000 is a small ask within the context of a $1.5 billion operating budget. More importantly, it was a missed opportunity for a very low-cost commitment to demonstrate to the community your commitment not only to nature centers, but green space in general. As you know, there's tremendous support to opening of the nature center 6 days a week, not only from the Park and Recreation Commission and the Forestry and Natural Resource Commission, but also various emails you have received from Arlington County residents. Keep in mind that when Friends of Gulf Branch was formed in 2009, we funded weekend hours at Gulf Branch for several years. Working with the county, we were authorized to organize birthday parties at the Nature Center to help us in our fundraising activities to help to fund the only weekend hours. However, this is to say that the funds raised today by DPR in organizing birthday parties could go a long way towards funding the $12,500 per nature center required to keep the nature centers open 6 days per week, as an example back in 2009. We had fruitful discussion with staff on possibly adding hours when there is more demand. The next coming opportunity for you will be to support nature centers in the upcoming CIP. Thank you for your time and effort and attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Banks.
Our next speaker is Margarita M., followed by Audrey Clement.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Mi nombre es Margarita Martínez.
Dos minutes? Pardon, do you have is there a translator?
Yes. Is our Spanish interpreter on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, so Ms. Barria, we're going to rely on you to help translate back and forth. So would you mind introducing yourself to Señora Margarita?
Señora Margarita, yo voy a ser su intérprete. Si puede hablar en frases cortas para que yo le pueda interpretar y pare cuando yo le diga. ¿Está bien?
Sí, muy bien, muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you so much. ¿Puede empezar de nuevo?
Sí. Mi nombre es Margarita Martínez. Buenos días, tengan todos. Mire, yo he vivido en los Columbia Garden Apartment de Arlington, Virginia, por 9 años.
Un momento. Gracias.
Un momento. My name is Margarita Martinez. Good morning. And I want to say that I've lived in Columbia Gardens in the apartment complex for 9 years. Adelante.
Tengo 5 hijos. Ellos asisten a las escuelas públicas del condado de Arlington. Esta decisión que el dueño nos mandó una carta de 30 días para desalojar, muy desagradable. Perdón.
I have 5 children and they all attend public schools in Arlington, Virginia. And we received a letter from the owner of the building saying that we have 30 days to leave the apartment.
Somos 26 familias las que recibimos esa carta y no estábamos preparados en ningún momento, ni emocionalmente ni económicamente. Principalmente por lo del COVID, muchas personas de ahí mismo no tuvieron su suficiente trabajo, pero aún así siempre estábamos pagando puntualmente todo lo que teníamos que hacer.
Un momento. We're 26 families that received the letter and we were not ready emotionally or financially for this. And because of COVID, a lot of the families that received the letter were not even making enough money, but we were all paying on time.
Para nosotros no ha sido nada fácil. Todavía tenemos ya una semana, poquito más viviendo en otro lugar. No ha sido nada agradable. Emocionalmente nuestros hijos no se han encontrado bien.
Un momento. And it's been a week or so since we moved and our children are not doing well emotionally. They cannot adapt yet and we're not doing well either.
Siempre donde vamos a aplicar, siempre nos piden demasiadas cosas, un ingreso muy alto al que no podemos pagar.
And every time we apply somewhere else, they ask for several documents and the rates for the rent are very high and we cannot pay.
El salario, me explicaron a mí, no es suficiente para pagar esa renta. Siempre nosotros estuvimos haciéndolo al día. Lo que me interesa ahorita es hacerles el comentario sobre los dueños de los apartamentos. Ahora se llama Mario Apartments. Ellos, no, para mí no fue nada humano.
Un momento. And I just want to say that every time we go and apply somewhere else, the rent is very high, but we were paying on time before. And I just want to say that the owners of this apartment complex that now it's called Mario Apartments were not very nice to all of us.
Esto no ha tenido mucha transparencia para todos nosotros los inquilinos relacionado al dueño. Nunca lo conocimos. Lo que ahora quiero decir es que quisiéramos un cambio en ese sentido, en que cuando recibimos ese desalojo haya ayuda para poder salir tranquilos del lugar donde estábamos viviendo.
And I just want to say that this whole process was not done with transparency. We never met the owner, and we just want to say that we need to see a change, and we need to see the support and help of the county when people are displaced like us, and we need help for all of this.
En todos los lugares a donde van a aplicar, está bien, te revisan lo criminal, Perdón, gracias.
Lo siento.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
A usted.
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Barbara Wien.
Welcome, members of the board and the county manager. I'm Audrey Clement, the independent candidate for county board. At the April 23rd, 2022 hearing on Amazon's Penn Place development in Crystal City, a spokesperson for Arlingtonians for Our Sustainable Future, ASF, opposed the project, arguing that Amazon is getting far more in the form of additional bonus density than it is giving back in community benefits. Board member Christian Dorsey attacked ASF's valuation of Penn Place's community benefits at $75 million as grossly inaccurate, using the supposed gaffe to justify the exclusion of the public from negotiations on site plan projects in general. According to Dorsey, if the public were allowed to participate, quote, we would simply be creating an inequitable power structure where those who can mobilize and speak the loudest would get what they want and broad community benefits would go under-realized, end of quote. This is a straw man. ASF did not ask to participate in negotiations. It simply demanded information that the county itself has yet to produce. Afterwards, community activist Suzanne Sundberg observed, quote, Dorsey's comments are hardly surprising. There will always be those for whom transparency is a dirty word. And the only reason ASF made a valiant attempt to quantify the value of the community benefits package and the bonus density is because staff refused to provide such information that is clearly relevant to the project's evaluation, an evaluation for which the county's own processes tasked the commissions and the public. Quote, even though estimates were not provided, given the huge amount of public funding that is already being given to Amazon, it is not unreasonable to ask staff to provide a public analysis in a timely manner that supports the deal the county is making. End of quote. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clement.
Our next speaker is Barbara Wynn, followed by Tony Hoffman.
Good morning, and thank you for your service to our community and the nation. Hi, Matt. You've been in my home, Barbara Ween, very active resident of Arlington County. And I think we need to connect the dots on some of the issues that are being brought before you today. If we think in an integrative fashion, in a holistic fashion, Margarita, I am so sorry this has been happening to you on the housing. And it's happening all over the county. Greed, unbridled greed by big companies moving in, not just Amazon, but others, and the developers are out of control. I think you should know that the word on the streets are that you all benefit as a county board from campaign contributions from big developers. I don't share that view necessarily. I don't think it's fair. I'm not that cynical, but that's the sentiment, that the trust between the county board and residents is being eroded by big money coming in, putting tremendous pressure on the housing market and displacing people like Margarita. I walked the Barcroft community the other day. It's a beautiful, gorgeous, diverse community with Pacific Islanders, Hispanics, Bengali, people from all over the world living in harmony together in a mini global community with a lot of diversity and a lot of greenery. They too are going to be displaced. They are not eligible for housing grants as you've devised. They're just below or just above the income level for that. So my plea to you today is to stop the unbridled greed among the developers, make housing available and fair for people like at Barcroft.
Ms. Ween, thank you so much for coming in this morning. We'll speak to each comment afterwards. I'm going to break with that tradition because this is so important. That is an untrue statement about displacement from Barcroft. The county is engaged in significant efforts, along with a new property owner, to communicate to every tenant that the reason that property has been invested in by $150 million of the county is to ensure that there is no displacement. I will emphasize that again at our conclusion, but I simply cannot let that statement stand because it harms members of our community and it harms residents of Barcroft. Thank you. Right. That's not a correct statement. So thank you very much for coming in. We'll go next to Mr. Hoffman. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, County Board. My name is Tony Hoffman. I'm a military retiree. I've lived in Arlington County for the past 15 years. This morning I have my son AJ with me, as well as some other supporters of Pickleball.
Could you? There you go. Thank you so much.
Is it off? I'm
now
sorry.
I can hear you.
Now, do I need to say it again? I'm Tony Hoffman, a military retiree and a county resident for the past 15 years. I have my son AJ here, 11-year-old AJ, who's a multi-sport athlete. He started playing pickleball 2 years ago. Since then, his batting average improved almost double. And so I believe pickleball is a sport for the future. And right now, Arlington County is not doing a very good job of supporting pickleball. We're told by many that, we have tennis courts with pickleball lines. Well, that isn't good enough. We have to compete with the tennis players. Also, the courts are all roll-away type nets, which wear and tear on those doesn't take long at all. We play pickleball every day of the week from sun up to sundown, and even after the sun goes down. The reason AJ's out here with me is because he wanted to let you all know when he visits his grandmother in Albuquerque, New Mexico, we play on 18 dedicated pickleball courts, lighted. They're open from 7 in the morning till 10 at night. And they're building 15 more because so many people play pickleball. Here in Arlington County, Thomas Jefferson Community Center, Walter Reed Community Center, the wait can be up to 45 minutes to play pickleball. all the tennis courts are full of pickleball, people playing pickleball. Every once in a while, you'll see some tennis players, but no dedicated pickleball courts anywhere in the county. And that's why we're here today. That's why we have people here to support us today. We'd really like to see pickleball courts being established. There's plenty of room. We have plenty of parks. You could put 4 pickleball courts in the size of 2 tennis courts. So I just want to let you all know that. Also, we're very proud to say that we had 2 of our women from Virginia that play pickleball at Thomas Jefferson receive a gold medal at the senior games down in Fort Lauderdale. So the sport is growing fast. Again, like I said, it's the sport of the future for our kids. It's a very easy sport to play. I just think now we need to get some pickleball courts in the county.
Thank you so
Thank you
much for
very
coming
much.
in. And AJ, we appreciate your coming in too.
Our, excuse me, our final speaker is Beatrice Mia. Mejía.
Buenos días a todos.
Buenos días.
Mi nombre es Beatriz y yo voy a hablar sobre CAPA. CAPA es una póliza que hemos presentado al condado anteriormente. Que
Un momento, por favor. Good morning, my name is Beatriz Mejia, and I'm here today to talk about CAPA, and this is a policy that we have presented to the county before. Adelante.
Esta CAPA se asegura de proteger a nuestras comunidades inmigrantes, ya que no nos sentimos seguros todavía en Arlington al presentar cualquier tipo de solicitudes para cualquier programa.
And this is to assure the immigrant community that we're going to be protected because we still do not feel protected when we apply to any programs here in the county.
Especialmente por parte de la policía, la cual nos sigue criminalizando, llamando a inmigración. Hemos tenido un caso muy real donde nuestro amigo, parte de nuestra comunidad, está ahora deportado.
And I want to say that the police is still criminalizing all of us in our communities. And recently, one of our dear friends was deported because the police called immigration.
Ahora mismo, nuestro amigo y parte de nuestra comunidad está con su familia dividida. Su hijo está en este país. Él no puede venir. Actualmente está en el hospital, víctima de las pandillas, porque él mencionó que tenía miedo de regresar.
And I want to say that our friend was part of the community, and now his family has been divided. And he's at the hospital right now because the gangs in his country heard that he was coming from here. So he has been a victim.
Y esto es principalmente culpa de la policía de Arlington, porque en el momento que lo han detenido, llamaron a inmigración, no teniendo bases para poderlo hacer y pudiendo hacer un proceso diferente y más amigable.
And I think it's the police fault here in Arlington because they just arrested him and called immigration right away. And I think they should have done this in a different way and being more friendly to us.
Sabemos que la policía de Arlington colabora con inmigración cuando las personas son detenidas y no tienen un estatus legal inmigratorio, esperan 48 horas hasta que la inmigración llega a la cárcel y los lleva a la cárcel de inmigración.
And we know that the police is working in collaboration with immigration when they arrest people that do not have a legal status in the country, and they just give 48 hours for immigration to arrive to the prison here in the county, and then they take them away.
La comunidad de inmigrantes en Arlington son la fuerza laboral, somos parte de Arlington, pagamos nuestros impuestos y también necesitamos que se nos escuche y se nos respalde.
And we want to say that the community here in Arlington of immigrants, we are working here every day. We're part of the force task and we pay taxes and we need to be heard and supported.
Esta póliza ha sido creada tomando la parte directa de la comunidad, siendo nosotros los impactados. No nos sentimos seguros de una póliza que viene de gente que no es realmente impactada y que no tiene los privilegios de nuestras comunidades.
And we just want to say that this policy has been created from us, from all of us in the community, because we do not feel safe. And we don't think that other people should write policies when they have not been impacted.
Si el condado de Arlington toma esta póliza, entonces se estarían asegurando de que la comunidad realmente podría tener una aceptación y una comunicación real y asegurarse de sentirnos bienvenidos en Arlington.
We just want to say that if the Arlington County accepts this policy, then we would feel safer and part of the community, and like we are welcome here in Arlington.
Gracias.
Gracias,
Thank you.
Señora Mejia. Senora Barria, would you mind staying on the phone? We may invite your help and ask for your help in responding or translating our responses, if you can stay with us.
Yes, of course.
Okay, muchas gracias. Okay, so as is our custom, we'll give some responses to the comments that were given today. Thank you again to those who've come in person as well as those who are on the phone. We really appreciate hearing from all of you. I think this is a variety of issues that are important to all of our constituents and so therefore important to us. Ms. Free-Smith, thank you so much for coming in, as well as with a large group to share your experience. I think it was particularly interesting to hear that strong support for moving forward quickly with the missing middle framework from the perspective of an existing R6 homeowner. And I think we are, as I'll speak more about in a moment to Mr. Solodki, I think the importance of really ensuring community members can hear from one another during this conversation has been a key value throughout the missing middle housing study and will continue to be. Mr. Messenger, with regard to the food waste collection, I really appreciate your persistence in reporting this. I'm really sorry to hear that it had to happen 3 times, and I'm really glad you escalated it to our attention. My family also participates in that food waste collection program. I think we all do that with the trust that it is in fact not being commingled with the garbage collection, and we actually received a report on that program just recently during the budget. I don't know if our manager's prepared to respond or to say anything about it, or to let us know how we can all learn about how to enforce the separated collection.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to ask Mr. Aiken, Ben Aiken, who's on the line, to address that question.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and Mr. Messenger. I did review his complaint history for the last several months, and I noted that staff had responded, but not to his satisfaction. I would just offer, it helps us tremendously if we have pictures and video. I know we talk a lot about folks having Nest cams and things of that nature. If you can pass that information along to us, videographic or photographic evidence of the event at the exact time. The trucks themselves also have video recording. So if we can ascertain the time, date, location specifically, each of our contractors, and they know this very well, we take this pretty seriously, they can be suspended. The drivers or whoever's operating the vehicle can be suspended if we have evidence suggesting that they've mixed either trash and recycling or compost, food scraps and trash. So if Mr. Messenger has any of that information, he'd be more than willing. I'm happy to take that. If you'd like to email county-manager@arlingtonva.us and reach out, I'm happy to help follow up with him.
That would be great. And to confirm, is there a way to close the loop with Mr. Messenger or others who raised concerns to let them know any follow-up steps that staff have taken with our contractor?
So we do take a lot of complaints, and I'm mindful of staff resources involved in responding personally to each one of those. The responses that I saw generated were fairly general in nature, although specific to his concern. So I think we did a fair job of that, Ms. Crystal, but I'm happy to kind of put a little bit more emphasis on this particular case, since he does have such a history of trying to elevate the particular concern. So I would take that on myself. I think that's probably would be an appropriate role for my office to play.
That would be great. Thank you so much, Mr. Aiken. And I think it might be helpful too. I would appreciate some information and follow-up from our Department of Environmental Services, just about any patterns we're seeing, how extensive these complaints have been, how often we've been citing the contractor and so forth. I think it's obviously this separate stream. Food scraps collection is really integral to our zero waste goal. And so making sure that we're not tripping on the finish line of implementation, I think is really important. Mr. Dorsey?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to maybe speak to the systemic concerns that Mr. Messenger articulated, and hopefully it should be comforting that I can report that, at least from my roots, that there is not that issue going on at all. Fundamentally, the trash collection and the food waste and organics cart collection occur at different times, so I'm able to notice on a weekly basis what is being collected, and if there are any changes to the contents of the cart and haven't reported any of it, and have in fact noticed that if there appears to be organic scraps in a trash cart, the trash collector will leave those in the trash cart and refuse to collect them. So I actually have confidence that it's not necessarily a system-wide issue, but all the more reason why we should figure out what is going wrong with your particular route, because clearly it's not something that is pervasive elsewhere.
Great, appreciate that. Let me move on to Mr. Slotky. We appreciate you joining us this morning, and I know you'd reached out to us. We'd had the opportunity to communicate by email, but this is, of course, I think on the minds of a number of folks we've heard from the Civic Federation with regard to the timeline. I want to just take a moment, and by way of responding to Mr. Slotky and also looping in Ms. Free-Smith's comments, to just talk about what the arc of public engagement has looked like on this study. It is unprecedented in terms of county outreach and engagement. The Missing Middle Housing Study began nearly 2 years ago. We have been working our way through phase 2 might be misleading because in fact it started with phase 0. So we are now again nearly 2 years into 3 different phases of input. Importantly, and I think this is really consistent with Mr. Slotky's point about collaboration and working together, there's been a significant effort to not only address but show the work of addressing the extensive feedback, insights and conversations we've had with the community in the resulting documents. So just a couple to summarize, if you were to spend time with the phase 1 report and key takeaways from the public engagement session on the phase 1 report, the FAQ summarizing the phase report, and teeing up the phase 2 analysis and draft framework, each of those extensive documents, I think really elaborately summarizes how community feedback has been undertaken. And indeed, a number of the recommendations of the phase 2 framework are designed to structure a couple of the most key areas of community feedback during phase 1 and phase 0, which were about environmental impacts and affordability. One of the things that has also been really important to us has been not simply to push out information, but to invite information back in whatever form people might wish to give it. So now there is that feedback microsite that it is correct to say is available through May 27th. That is a site I know that staff intends to aggregate feedback from to be able to kind of crosswalk it and slice and dice it different ways, so they'll have a little more time with that shorter timeline to do that analysis. But of course, feedback is welcome all the way until July, mid-July of this year. So on July 12th, the county board will be meeting with staff to listen to some of the feedback we've gotten during those 3 months from the community on phase 2 specifically. I know that the Civic Federation knows this because the staff will be presenting and speaking to Civic Federation at its June 14th meeting and has emphasized the feedback from the Civic Federation at that date will absolutely be incorporated. And of course, that is after May 27th. So it is true that we have one feedback opportunity where the timeline right now is May 27th, but that is certainly not the timeline for feedback on phase 2. One of the other ways in which we've really tried to solicit open-ended feedback is through the Community Partners Network. There is a toolkit available. There is plenty of information to share and to start conversations, but it is not just about pushing out or disseminating information out. Our staff have also created new mechanisms for organizations to report back in a very open-ended way. There's an engagement insight form. There's an online version, a printable version, to say if you are a community group, be it a civic association, community of faith, PTA, or anything else, if you're more comfortable hosting your own meeting than attending a county meeting, which we absolutely respect, there are forms designed to help and prompt and make sure that that rich feedback is captured in a way that can be integrated into the county analysis. That, of course, is all accompanied by the opportunity to make comments part of the public record, part of that feedback by emailing Housing Arlington at arlingtonva.us. Many folks in recent weeks have started availing themselves of the options to email the county board at arlingtonva.us as well. So if none of those kind of very detailed or granular feedback mechanisms feel like the right fit, we absolutely always accept comments in writing that way. They are all made part of the public record and will be part of our dialogue in July. So I would say, certainly that we very much agree with Mr. Slotky about the idea that engagement should be about collaboration and working together. There has been, as I said, an unprecedented level of mechanisms to do that kind of collaborative conversation, and again, neighbor to neighbor, as well as resident to staff. And we are going to continue to move that forward all the way through phase 2 and then ultimately consideration of legislative amendments in phase 3. The one point I wanted to make, Mr. Slaggy, you had highlighted the county housing newsletter that went out yesterday afternoon. Mr. DeFranti and I were just talking about that. I think because it mentions the May 27th date certain of the closure of the feedback forum, and then generally notes the sort of ongoing timeline for the more open-ended forms of feedback, it can give, I think it is fair to say, there is an opportunity for seeing that as May 27th as being the deadline for everything. So I'm happy to take that back to our staff. Maybe we can put a date certain on the rest of the open-ended feedback so that it's clear that that's really 3 months of engagement, not just a few weeks. So I really appreciate the chance to talk about this. We've heard from a lot of community members. I will tell you, I have had many conversations. I know my colleagues have. This has been going on long enough that many of us have met with the same civic association multiple times on the topic of missing middle. And one of the biggest pieces of feedback I get is, why is it taking so long? Why does it take so long for Arlington to do these kind of comprehensive studies? So I do really appreciate the call for deferral of this phase. We are trying to balance that with the desire for people to see the Arlington way perhaps become nimble when it comes to responding to some of the big challenges that our community faces. That was a lot of me talking. I think all of my colleagues wish to weigh in. We'll start with Mr. Dorsey, and then I saw Mr. Carantonis, and we'll conclude with Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and all incredibly helpful. And I'll just sort of synthesize for me what are some of the key takeaways from that. We began by signaling this work in 2019. So when we introduced Housing Arlington, we signaled that this would be an area of work that we would be pursuing. 2019. We then took in phase 1 nearly an entire year to have the exact kind of conversations that Mr. Slotky described, where we had these open-ended back and forth idea proposals, questions and answers, concerns, hopes, dreams, and fears with the community through in-person events, online events, using a variety of engagement tools to determine the scope of how staff would move forward, the very essence of using the community's feedback to generate how we proceeded. So as Ms. Crystal said, this has been an unprecedented level of not only time for engagement, but layers of engagement to try and meet different people in different circumstances, enlisting community groups that existed or that could be formed for the express purpose of considering these important matters. And as we are now here in phase 2 and looking at somewhat limited times for engagement to occur, I think there's been this misperception among some who are new to this process that somehow it's beginning now. And so it leaves us with a question for those who are asking us to delay or defer or to prolong. And I mean this seriously, it's not rhetorical. There's really no benefit then if we try to have an extensive process that includes people from the very beginning of scoping to now if the ask is always going to be, well, just stop what you're doing. I haven't been plugged into this point. Please start from the very beginning with me. So I say that because it's really untenable. If we're going to do engagement the right way, it has to actually build upon itself. And even if people are new to the process, they have to hopefully accept and look at the engagement that has been done to date and look at opportunities to engage moving forward. But the call to always slow it down and take it back to the beginning means that we're really not going to be a government that's going to be responsive for moving anything forward. We're going to waste time. So I certainly am open to the concern of people who want to really dig into this. We have to figure out how to make it easy for you to do so, but it can't be that everything that has been done up until this point just doesn't matter, because we have to start again fresh. So hopefully with partnership, we can move forward where everybody at least feels like they've contributed what they can contribute, and we can ultimately make some decisions, because the worst thing we could do is to just keep this going indefinitely.
Thank you. Mr. Carantonis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I think that we all are receiving a lot of input on this, right? And we have been, this body has been receiving this input since 2019 and even before, because this was the input that actually triggered the need for that. And we have to understand what actually the urgent reason is for why we're thinking about housing in a comprehensive way, and about the missing middle in a specific way. It is the pressure on housing market. How many testimonies have we heard today about housing? Almost everything. So that tells us all a story, and it underlines the urgency with which we have, as a community, not only as a government, to react to the housing pressures that we have to deal with. I always understood the May 27th quote-unquote deadline as a technical deadline. Staff has to be able to absorb a wave of comments, a wave of reactions, to digest it, to convert it into a presentable project with which they will go on June 14th to the civic federations, for example, which will allow me to have a better idea of what our community thinks about the framework as they read it, which will structure the comments that come in. They will make them more to the point. They will begin to distill the issues that are, that will remain to be resolved. And I'm absolutely certain that there are a lot of issues that remain to be resolved. There is literally, this is a complex policy decision. It will trigger a lot of discussion. It will trigger still a lot of comments, and we are very open for that. I am very open for that. There is sometimes the wrong perception that somehow the county board members or staff has a preconceived idea of what the solutions are. And I don't believe this is true. We do understand that we have to do something. We have been growing through this process to begin to understand what the vectors of that something look like, but the way to specific solutions is still to be struggled on. So my plea to everybody, especially all of these people who are right now writing to us and asking for a delay, is keep up with the process. Approach us. Let us know what you think. Send even more letters. Ask us to come to your civic association to discuss that. I am more than willing to do that. I've done it with many civic associations, in many fora, and I will continue to do that, as I'm absolutely certain my colleagues will be doing as well. So, yes. So this is now a phase where we are talking about an implementation framework. There are many sensitive matters there. We have to be listening very, very carefully, and we're doing that. And we have the obligation to ponder and to balance all of our community's needs. So this is really now the point where the public process begins to be very substantial and focused on solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with colleagues' thoughts. I wanted to focus in and see if I can add just a little of my perspective. The phrase, "please do not delay," was the end of Ms. Freed-Smith, and I think she's slid out there other things in life on a Saturday, but that was her closing comment, and that resonates for me, certainly. And then one of the key points that I think Mr. Slotky made was it's critical to get into the specifics. And so I actually think we've described the process to date. The coming months is when we will get into more detail. And at the beginning of this year, and I was reminded of this by our chair, but it's also something that's been in my mind. We said we wanted to be on course to act by the end of this year. And that is where I am still. And that is critical. We have been doing this since 2019. So I guess I just say that's my concrete way of relating to please do not delay. With respect to Mr. Slotky's concern about the specifics, there's now a 32-slide deck that starts to get to specifics. And it's absolutely reasonable. I had a conversation this week about slide 13 and slide 16. The details matter. And we will have to work those details. And this work session is entirely appropriate, but there will be additional time, and I will associate myself for myriad reasons. You asked me to come, if anyone asks me to come to their civic association, I will come to engage on this subject. But I do relate to the thought that delay forever is sometimes just a desire to stop progress on an issue. And that is, that doesn't resonate for me. I've lived in San Francisco. This is a way of trying to address supply. So I guess the last thing I'd just say is some level with all that analysis, won't you be my neighbor does resonate for me. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And thank you for the extensive conversation. As you can tell, this has been very much on the minds of board members. We are aware of the gravity of the change that is under consideration, both its potential for good and in the concerns it may generate. Mr. Banks, thank you for coming in. I know you've been such a passionate supporter and leader on Gulf Branch Nature Center. We appreciate hearing from you and your disappointment that there weren't additional funds to expand hours for the Nature Center in the budget. I would say simply, and I know that you know this, but just for the record, it's not quite as straightforward as more dollars equal more hours, right? We had a lot of conversations with our Department of Parks and Recreation staff about that. There are, of course, ongoing hiring challenges, and there's also this shift underway in strategy of Nature Center programs to be more embedded within the community versus just trying to maximize the number of hours the static centers are open. That does not mean that reasonable folks can't disagree on that, and we certainly appreciate your ongoing engagement with us on this issue. As you noted, this is a continuing one. It was not just a matter for the fiscal 2023 budget, but one for our upcoming capital improvement plan and ongoing efforts. So thank you for your longstanding contributions to the Gulf Branch Nature Center and for engaging with us. Senora Martinez, muchas gracias. Thank you for coming in, for sharing your story. Senora Barria, I'm going to pause throughout and ask you to help me translate, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, of course. Señora Martínez, muchas gracias por haber venido y ahora le vamos a interpretar la respuesta. Yes.
I want to say just a word about Columbia Gardens and the county's efforts there, and then I want to make sure to recognize your broader point about how disruptive a move like this is and how you need the county's help in making change.
Así que quiero hablar un poco acerca del edificio de Columbia Garden y los esfuerzos que ha hecho el condado en cuanto a esto. Y después vamos a hablar acerca de lo que mencionó, de qué abrupto fue su cambio. Y cómo necesita ayuda. I'm sorry.
No, that was great. Since the county staff and board became aware of the very short-term notice of termination of leases in Columbia Gardens, our staff has been working on site and closely with our partners in Bugada to serve each family in Columbia Gardens.
Desde que nosotros nos enteramos de la notificación de tan poco tiempo que les dieron a las personas que vivían en Columbia Gardens, nosotros empezamos a trabajar arduamente en conjunto con Bogata en el sitio.
That has involved, in many cases, helping people find new homes at the Barcroft Apartments, which are committed to stay affordable now, and other affordable housing locations.
Así que desde el principio nosotros empezamos a colaborar para poder ayudar a encontrar otros sitios donde pudieran vivir como Barcroft, que ahora se ha comprometido a ser asequible, y otros lugares que son asequibles.
It has involved finding and trying to serve residents who may have been in an off-the-books lease, as well as those who were formerly leasing from Columbia Gardens.
Así que hemos estado tratando de encontrarlos y poderles dar servicios a todas las personas que no estaban, digamos, en la lista y que rentaban en Columbia Gardens.
It has involved enrolling families in our housing grants program, which does not collect and is never based on immigration status.
Así que esto tuvo que ver también con registrar a los residentes que vivían ahí para darles subvenciones de casa, y eso no tiene nada que ver con su estatus migratorio y nunca ha tenido nada que ver con esto.
And because, as Ms. Martinez noted, the impacts on children are so great, as it involved the county paying for transportation so that students could finish out the semester at their home school.
Y esto también, como mencionó usted, señora Martínez, tuvo un impacto muy grande en los niños, así que el condado empezó a pagar por transporte para que los niños pudieran seguir yendo a las escuelas en las que habían sido inscritas y terminar su semestre.
And I'm so sorry, we don't have back and forth conversation, but I want to ask if you'll share with us your email address. We will make sure that you are connected to Human Services who can follow up with the challenges you are having in finding new housing.
Así que siento mucho que no podamos tener una conversación continua en este momento, pero le pedimos que nos deje su correo electrónico para que se pueda comunicar con usted, alguien de Servicios Humanos, y puedan seguir la conversación en cuanto a los desafíos que ha tenido para encontrar un nuevo hogar.
Estuve de la mano de la señora Ruth, la del condado.
Sí.
Ella me llevaba a los lugares a mí aplicar. Ella me dijo, ve la posibilidad de salirte de Arlington. Yo quería en Arlington, 16 años viviendo aquí. Yeah. Me fui a vivir a Fall Church allá. Ni un penny absolutamente recibí de ella. Me dijo allá.
Un momento, por favor. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time listening, but I heard some of what she said. Do you want me to translate?
No, it's okay. So if you could translate, please. Lo siento, we cannot have back and forth conversation because of the number of comments. We would really like to continue this conversation with you. If you're comfortable giving us your email address, we can follow up for conversation and also bring in our human services so we can meet whatever needs are going unmet still for you.
Señora, siento mucho que no podamos tener esta conversación en este momento. Sin embargo, si se siente cómoda, déjenos su correo electrónico para que le hable a alguien de Servicios Humanos y podamos seguir con esta conversación y poder cumplir todavía con las necesidades que tiene.
And then finally, I wanted to say, I think Ms. Martinez's comments emphasized how no matter what county government does to support people, it is still traumatic to be separated from your home on such short notice, and we agree.
Así que finalmente, señora Martínez, usted mencionó lo traumático que es de todas maneras, aunque el condado pueda ayudar a separarse de su casa en una notificación tan breve que les dieron.
The ability for a landlord to terminate leases is a matter of state law.
Y la capacidad de que un terrateniente o alguien que sea dueño de una propiedad pueda terminar o anular un contrato arrendatario es parte de una ley.
But we are eager to work with our state delegation. I know Delegate Alfonso Lopez, for example, is interested in proposing a change in state law that would make it illegal for landlords to terminate leases without more than 60 days notice.
Y nosotros estamos o tenemos mucho ánimo de trabajar con ustedes para poder hacer cambios en la ley estatal, y sabemos que el delegado Alfonso López está muy interesado en poder cambiar esta ley estatal para que sea ilegal que un propietario pueda anular una renta sin tener o sin dar por lo menos 60 días de notificación.
And so, Ms. Martinez, again, we would love to continue the conversation with you. If you are comfortable sharing your contact information with our clerk, Ms. Jacobs, or Mr. Kushner outside, we will follow up and continue the conversation about supporting you and your children in getting what you need.
Así que, señora Martínez, nos encantaría seguir conversando con usted. Si se siente cómoda en darle su información de contacto a la señora Jacobs o a el señor Kushner allá afuera y seguir platicando tal vez afuera con él acerca de las necesidades que tiene usted y sus hijos, con gusto lo haríamos.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Yeah, I'm going to move on. Dr. Clement, thank you for bringing forward some concerns that we talked about at some length last month, actually, regarding Arlingtonians for a Sustainable Future and Penn Place and the community benefits. I know that was addressed very extensively at the time, so we are not going to take it up again, but thank you for coming in this morning. Ms. Wien, I appreciate your coming in. I appreciate the links to affordable housing and your take on what those common links are. I do want to just directly say, that formulation of people are saying, right, was very rightly pointed out during the administration of the previous president, who used that formulation a lot as a way of propagating lies with plausible deniability. I'm really sorry to see that kind of language take hold in our community, and I hope it won't continue to. Our campaign records, our financial interests are a matter of very public record. There is no need to come in and propagate people are saying lies when it is transparently available to anyone that we are not on the take from, in the pocket of, or being enriched by developers. We are trying to make the best decisions for this community and meet this community's tremendous need for housing, and our motivations are straightforward, transparent, and again, a matter of public record. I also, as you could tell, feel impassioned. This effort by some groups in the community to propagate this untruth that residents will be displaced from Barcroft hurts no one more than residents at Barcroft. We have invested $150 million of county money, of taxpayer money, in a loan to the purchaser of Barcroft that has been matched by others in our community with the express commitment of the new owner of Barcroft that property will remain affordable for 99 years, excuse me. They've also committed that rents will not increase by more than 3% year over year, which is dramatically under the average in our region and considerably less than inflation. And so the goal is to not displace a single family. And if there is anyone in our community propagating the lie of displacement, they are hastening the displacement of families when there is a broad commitment by this government, by the new property owner, now a matter of contract, that they will not be displaced. And that effort to communicate with tenants of Barcroft is going forward in multiple languages with extensive outreach. We strongly invite community partners. We rely on many, again, such as Bugada already, in getting that message out to families that they are welcome in Barcroft's future, that we want them in this community's future. And the reason we have made this investment is to avoid displacement. Mr. Karantonis, did you want to communicate about that as well?
Yes, just for a moment. I had the opportunity to converse with Ms. Savine before we started the meeting, so there is definitely a misunderstanding about how much we have done, as you laid out, to avoid displacement in Barcroft. There is a place in Arlington that is really protected from immediate displacement. It is Barcroft, and it is taxpayers' money that made that possible. That said, it is absolutely clear that the pressure on our housing market continues, that it affects a lot more households and people like Ms. Martinez, for example, here, and that the effort needs to continue. Barcroft is actually an example of how things can be done if we can hold together as a community and support these decisions. Because after all, yes, it is taxpayers' money that has to be, engaged to do that, and proper policy as well. So. I think that Ms. Veen also told me that some people are concerned about the fact that the area median income index is climbing, and this is a serious challenge for many households that live below the 60% AMI and sometimes below 40 and 30%. So we are very conscientious about that, and if I had to say something about Ms. Martinez's testimony, yes, there is a room for work on how we can support these households to be able to access help and support beyond.
Mr. Karantonis, we've had a request to translate this portion of your comments.
Okay.
Would you like to reiterate, just starting with you were saying to Ms. Martinez, you wanted to...
Lo puedo decir en español. I can stop here in English and I can just summarize in español. Bueno, lo que estaba diciendo es que la señora Bean, que dijo aquí que los residentes de Barcroft Apartments están bajo el peligro, bajo la presión de desplazamiento. Y lo que estaba diciendo es, de acuerdo con lo que dijo nuestra presidenta de la Junta del Condado aquí, que si hay un ejemplo donde hemos hecho todo lo posible y hemos puesto todo el dinero público, son los apartamentos de Barcroft. Pero lo que estaba también diciendo es que los apartamentos de Barcroft no solucionan el problema que tenemos de vivienda en todo Arlington. Y así gente como usted a veces queda en desamparo. Hemos intentado específicamente en Columbia Gardens de absorber la calamidad de más de 60 hogares que fueron desplazados de su vivienda habitual en un tiempo, en un plazo muy, muy corto. Y lo que yo oí es que hace falta, para los que ganan todavía menos y tienen más presiones económicas, hace falta apoyarlos, hace falta encontrar apoyos que les permitan encontrar vivienda en el mercado normal, en el mercado que todavía no hemos llegado a apoyar con dinero público. Pero Barcroft es el ejemplo de cómo se tiene que hacer. Sin embargo, la única manera de hacerlo es de cometer e invertir muchísimo dinero público en esto. Así que quedamos la invitación a que ustedes se comunican con nosotros a ver cómo le podemos apoyar en las tareas de encontrar vivienda y poder evitar el desalojo de Arlington. Esta es una invitación vigente. O sea, que se dirigen a nosotros, por favor.
Bancroft no dio las unidades necesarias para que los habitantes de esa Colombia, de esos apartamentos donde fuimos desplazados, no era el espacio para esa cantidad de personas.
Vale, no estamos en diálogo, pero lo podemos tener fuera de la sesión.
Thank you, Takis. Okay. Thank you very much. So we are going to move on then to our last couple of commenters. Mr. Hoffman, both Mr. Hoffmans, thank you very much for coming in to talk about pickleball. We appreciate hearing from you and other pickleball enthusiasts throughout the county. And I know there has been ongoing conversation with our Department of Parks and Recreation. So right now we are in the middle of what was identified as kind of a two-step plan within the public spaces master plan regarding the meeting the growing demand for pickleball. The first was to try to create criteria to identify existing courts that would be candidate for permanent pickleball lines. And then the second was to identify an existing amenity that could be converted to a permanent pickleball facility or find funding for a new facility. So my understanding as part of that, there was a outdoor courts assessment project that I believe we are awaiting the results of. The manager may be able to correct me on that. And in time for, I think, the capital improvement plan, which is the process that we're about to kick off in the next 2 months. If I got that right, Mr. Manager?
You do. As a matter of fact, on Tuesday, when I present the CIP, I will have a short discussion that will launch about 2 months of detailed conversation about our public facilities. Okay. Included in that will be a discussion specifically about pickleball and related court use. As you pointed out, there's been an extensive conversation with the community, not with just pickleball users, which is a growing group, and tennis users and basketball users, all outdoor and indoor court users. And so we will be speaking to that as part of the CIP process.
Fantastic. So please stay engaged with us. This kicks off Tuesday, so not too much longer to wait. We do really appreciate it and appreciate your bringing the other end of the age spectrum, since we often hear how beloved pickleball is among older Arlingtonians. So thank you. Okay. Senora Mejia, and I'll pause too as well to ask for translation, although I'm going to speak pretty briefly and then turn things over to Mr. DeFerranti about assurance for the immigrant community about protection from ICE. So, Senora Barria, can we enlist your help in translating that?
Yes. Señora Mejía, vamos ahora a interpretar los comentarios para su respuesta en cuanto a asegurarle a la comunidad inmigrante de la protección que tienen en el condado de Arlington. Y luego le voy a dar la palabra a uno de nuestros miembros de la Junta Directiva para que siga respondiendo. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So we greatly appreciate your comments today and the extensive input from many in our community in developing a trust policy between Arlington County government, our immigrant community, and really all residents and visitors to Arlington.
Muchísimas gracias por sus comentarios y realmente por la retroalimentación de todos los miembros de la comunidad, y queremos asegurarles que nosotros estamos trabajando en que puedan confiar y que se cree esta política en la que se confíen en el gobierno y en los ciudadanos y que haya mutua confianza.
Just yesterday, I sent an update to the many people who have written in about the trust policy and their desire for the CAPA policy specifically in Arlington with an update about our timeline.
Así que el día de ayer yo mandé una actualización a todos los que nos habían escrito en cuanto a esta política de confianza y específicamente acerca de CAPA en cuanto al cronograma y fechas límites que tenemos para hacerlo.
The headline is that the final version should be available within the next few weeks and align substantively to many of the priorities outlined in the proposed CAPA policy.
Así que la noticia que tenemos en cuanto a esto es que la versión final va a estar lista en un par de semanas y nos hemos alineado a varias de las propuestas que venían en CAPA.
I'm going to invite my colleague, Mr. Differenti, who has been our lead on this project, to say more.
Y le voy a invitar al señor Differenti, que ha sido el líder de esta propuesta, a que hable un poco más.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope many of you received the email that was sent yesterday. It provides exactly the context that our chair laid out.
Así que espero que muchos de ustedes hayan recibido el día de ayer el correo electrónico del que les ha hablado nuestra directora aquí hace un momento.
I can add that we have been working on this, and we have wanted to complete the work so that there's time for the community to look at the proposal before a county board meeting and action, which we fully anticipate next month.
Así que nosotros queremos agregar que hemos estado no solo trabajando en esto, pero que queríamos completar este trabajo a tiempo y darle también el tiempo necesario a la comunidad para que pueda mirar esta propuesta antes de que nos reunamos en la junta directiva para tomar acción.
We had a 3-week window between the April meeting where we were working on the budget and this meeting, and came to the conclusion that we couldn't provide enough of that time for the community to look at the draft policy, the final draft policy before this meeting. And that is why the delay from this meeting to next month.
Así que queremos decirles que teníamos 3 semanas entre la reunión que tuvimos en abril de presupuesto y la de esta reunión del día de hoy. Y eso no era suficiente tiempo para darle a la comunidad de que mirara la propuesta que estamos haciendo en el borrador del documento que tenemos y que hemos estado escribiendo. Perdón. Y por eso ha habido este retraso hasta la próxima reunión que estamos proponiendo.
Again, thank you for your input, and I, like the chair and colleagues, look forward to moving forward on the trust policy as soon as possible and consistent with the letter coming in late May or early June, so there's time before the June meeting.
Así que nuevamente, muchísimas gracias. Y como les hemos dicho, hemos estado trabajando en esto para que no haya más retrasos y esté listo a finales de mayo, principios de junio. Gracias.
Thank you. And muchas gracias, Señor Barrio. We have put you to the test today, and we appreciate it.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Great. Okay, so that concludes our public comment period. We are going to move next to our consent agenda. Ms. Jacobs, have any items been pulled from our consent agenda?
No, no items have been pulled.
Okay, then I will entertain a motion for our consent agenda.
Move approval, Madam Chair.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Great, that's been moved, seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, I believe that carries unanimously. So just a few items to highlight. We just voted to approve with that action dozens of consent agenda items, from use permits to minor site plan amendments to contracts and agreements and more. These items are on consent because they are non-controversial, but not because they are unimportant. So I want to take a few minutes and highlight just a couple of the most noteworthy items. The first is, of course, the COVID pandemic has highlighted a lot of challenges for our community over the past 2 years. Childcare is one of significant importance to Arlington Arlington families. So we always want to highlight the work that is moving ahead to expand childcare offerings throughout our community. We have one that was deferred that we'll be hearing next month to just expand a brand new childcare center. Just expanding the supply is really important. But so are opportunities for out of school time for elementary and early middle grades children. And so to that end, we just wanted to highlight and really shine a spotlight on the Aspire program that we have just approved a use permit to open and expand at 1710 South Taylor Street. That's in the Virginia Gardens apartment. It's going to serve up to 20 children, and that is adding on to the extensive offerings that Aspire brings into our community, particularly the west end of the Pike, but really in a growing number of places to really help that reading by third grade goal for a lot of our community members. If you have questions or need help with childcare, it always is a great opportunity to note that if you go to arlingtonva.us and search childcare, we have a childcare finder, so you can search and see who has spots available, who has subsidy spots available in your neighborhood, home-based programs, center-based programs, and otherwise find assistance, as well as connect to the subsidy program if that might be the right fit for you and your family. Transportation is, of course, really important, and transportation, particularly the taxi industry, is one that has been greatly affected, if not by the pandemic, then the expansion of gas price or increase in gas prices and inflation. Our staff have been in close contact with taxi operators, and all have recommended that we approve a temporary $1 per trip surcharge in taxi fares to help offset high gas prices. Again, this is leveling the playing field with the Ubers and Lyfts of the world, who are able to assess that surcharge without government regulation, because the taxi cab regulation is more tightly regulated by government. We have to take this action to bring them into parity. Importantly, we also increase the maximum taxi vehicle age, again, to allow for parity and competitiveness with those transportation network providers like Uber and Lyft, but also to incent and keep on the road specific vehicles that we really want to see more of, hybrid and electric vehicles, and especially wheelchair accessible vehicles. That's really important. We know that has been one of the biggest challenges with those technology network companies, which often do not provide fully wheelchair accessible vehicles. We really rely on our taxi cabs to provide that not only to the general market, but to be part of our solution with the STAR alternative transportation program for folks who need the greater accessibility. So being able to keep those vehicles on the road longer is important in incentivizing that. Finally, a positive news story. We were really excited to accept this grant from the Virginia Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services APHID fund to support Area 2 farms. I'll pass on what I thought was pretty amusing from the Area 2 farms founder, that generally APHID is not something that is welcomed in the agriculture world. They don't usually appreciate aphids, but in this case, the AFID program, not the APHID, insects, was very welcome. This is really cool. Area 2 Farms is expanding their facility, creating 30 new jobs in a part of the county that we have, with the community's support, designated as a arts and industry district. This is exactly the kind of creative industry that we really want to see more of, connecting fresh food with innovations in vertical farming, bringing new jobs with great pathways for our community members. So we enthusiastically welcome Area 2 Farms as they continue their expansion along 4 Mile Run. And we really appreciate the state's Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services support in incenting that. So that brings me to the end of the consent agenda. Again, no items have been pulled, which is terrific. So we will move right on to our regular agenda. Madam Clerk, could you call our first item, please?
Yes, our first item is item 28. A and B. 28A is the First Amendment to the original license agreement for Arlington Public Schools White Fleet vehicle parking on county-owned property known as 1425 North Quincy Street. And 28B is a use permit for commercial parking on a portion of the property located at 1425 North Quincy Street.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, I'll turn it to you to introduce the staff involved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I do that, there's this item 28A, and there's also 28B, which is the use permit, as the clerk mentioned. And then after that is item 29, which is a use permit and a contract related to the parking in Shirlington. I wanted to just have a few remarks right before we go into all of them, because we're going to have multiple staff people presenting. At least for the first one, we're going to have Betsy Herbst, who's sitting out there with Adam Watson and Anthony Fusarelli and Rob Gibson, followed by George May. But today is real. I'm excited. Today is a landmark day for one of the most important services we provide to the Arlington community, Art Bus Service. You know, before COVID, we moved close to 3 million riders back and forth between their jobs, families, and their community activities. And during COVID, the buses kept running, which really was a testament to the great credit of our frontline workers at ART and DES. And without ART, we wouldn't be the successful community we are today. We couldn't support our level of development. The actions that the board will be considering, if approved, will result in the grounding of our ART fleet, finally, allowing for the continuity of the current art service we provide and providing opportunities for more service in the future. We will finally, after almost 10 years of work, have a permanent location for our primary maintenance facility within Arlington's borders. As important, these investments greatly advance our environmental goals. Of course, the single most important thing our community can do for the environment is to get out of your single occupancy vehicles and hop on transit. The project in front of you today does that and so much more. It provides for charging infrastructure needed to support our future purchases of battery electric buses. It provides substantial solar power that will be visible for all those people driving along 395 in their single occupancy vehicles. It'll be a great reminder to people. And we're really hopeful that the facility down in Shirlington will reach LEED Gold. And I recognize that public facility projects, whether they're temporary or permanent, have significant impacts on surrounding communities. Mitigation of impacts is always a priority in all our projects, and I'm hopeful that you will see in the design and use permit conditions we're committed to doing that. We can always do a better job, and we're open to thoughtful comment from everybody on that point. So with that, I want to thank you for taking up these items today. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Herbst.
Thanks. Welcome. Oh, Ms. Herbst?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Let's see if I can get this to share.
As she's doing that, Mr. Manager, thank you for providing that overall context, which I think is really important before we dig straight into the details of the new facility.
Yes, I thought I provided enough time for Betsy to figure out how to use the microphone, but apparently not.
It's also important to remember that, you know, before the pandemic, almost 250,000 people were using art every month. So this is, the order of magnitude of the public service here is important as well.
Okay, there we go. Yes, good morning. My name is Betsy Herbst. I'm with DES Real Estate Bureau, and I'm here to talk today about the First Amendment to the original license for the APS White Fleet vehicle parking. Just by way of background, the license commenced back in July of 2018. It was for a term of 2 years, and it has been on automatic one-year extensions, which are good through June 30th of 2026. The original license allowed APS to park its White Fleet vehicles, which is considered to be its SUVs, the vans, pickup trucks, maintenance vehicles, and the employees' personal vehicles in the licensed area, which had been the area up near Quincy Street. Back when COVID began and we needed to use that area for COVID testing, the vehicles that were parked there were moved to the back of the Quincy site. This amendment proposes to formalize the move of the licensed area to relocate it from the front lot to the back of the site, and that would be in the southeastern portion of the parcel to facilitate other county operational needs in the front parking lot. The licensed area can be further relocated or reduced if necessary if there are other county operational needs upon giving advance notice to APS. And this diagram just shows the comparison of the original license area of near Quincy Street to the back of the site in red. This site is actually subject to a 1985 site plan and a recorded deed of covenants for the portion of the area where the vehicles will be relocated. The site plan conditions provide for surface parking and restricts future development to that permitted in the R5 district. The covenants limit the use to residential structures and uses specified in the site plan, and that is for a surface parking lot. The zoning administrator has determined that the White Fleet vehicle parking is considered commercial parking as permitted under the site plan. Both the CAO and the zoning administrator have found the use and location of the proposed license area to be consistent with the site plan and the covenant. The next steps, if this license amendment is approved by the board today, the public schools school board will consider the First Amendment at their meeting in late May as an information item and then in June as an action item. County staff recommends approval of the First Amendment to the original license agreement and to authorize Real Estate Bureau Chief to execute that agreement. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And that concludes, I believe, the staff presentation on this item. Were we going to hear the related item on?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Mr. Watson to move ahead with item 28B. Adam?
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Hit it one more time. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Watson. You're good.
Can you hear me?
Oh, you had it before. Yeah.
Now it's working?
Don't touch it again. Perfect.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. Okay, thank you. Good morning. Yeah, my name is Adam Watson. This is the use permit for a commercial parking on the Quincy site. So this site is formerly known as the Buck site. It was acquired by the county for public facilities purposes back in 2017. It's within Ballston, Virginia Square Civic Association and adjacent to Cherrydale across I-66. Just a little bit of background about the history of this site and the various industrial and warehouse office uses that have been ongoing here since the 1930s. The site was zoned industrial since the beginning of our first adopted zoning ordinance in the 1930s. It had direct access to the Washington O&D Railroad, which is later I-66. So it was the home to the Virginia Ice and Fuel Corporation for a long time. A number of uses that have changed over the years with warehouses and offices continuing throughout into the 1990s and 2000s. We did have U.S. Postal Service processing there, government contractors doing radar testing, and also having offices on site. Arlington Hospital Foundation was there as well. And then moving into the 2010s, we had more of a focus with uses such as martial arts studios, gymnasiums, and vehicle storage for the American Service Center. As I mentioned in the previous slide, the site is split zoned, partially zoned M1, so it's the largest portion of the site furthest north. Moving south, there's a portion of the site that's zoned CO1. We have another portion zoned CM limited industrial, and then lastly, the sort of end of the site there on 14th Street North is zoned R5. On the general land use plan, this site as a whole is gluped as low residential with public ownership shown in the cross-hatching. We also have the general land use plan public facilities map, which was adopted and is a component of the GLUP adopted in 2020. And this site is shown as the Quincy 1 through 4 site, which is designated for operations as the primary use category. Just briefly, there is a site plan and restrictive covenant on the parcel as a whole. This is not within the use permit area, but I just wanted to touch on it to note that it is there. It was adopted, the site plan was adopted in July 1985. It allows for surface parking. It also limits development to surface parking and then uses or structures that would be permitted in the R5 district. The covenant covers the same area, which is the blue polygon that's shown on the screen, and it was proffered with the rezoning to CO1, and it also limits uses to parking and development permitted in the R5 district. So DES is proposing commercial parking. They'll touch more on that in their presentation, but the principal use here is going to be commercial parking on the M1 portion of the site. The area there is about 38,000 square feet. Up to 29 buses. They're proposing to need this through the spring of 2025. We're recommending the board approve it to a date certain, which is December 31st of 2025, just to allow for flexibility in case of any unforeseen circumstances. But again, anticipate the buses being off the site earlier than that. A use permit is required, again, because of the lot area that's being used here, exceeding 20,000 square feet. We did do a parking analysis and a traffic analysis of this site. More information is included in the staff report. We assessed the parking needs for the buses and the other uses that are on the site, and our analysis concluded that there is sufficient parking available both for the buses and the uses that are there, a surplus of 77 spaces. In terms of traffic, we expect minimal traffic impacts from this use. It's accessed solely from North Quincy Street, about 200 vehicle trips per day maximum, and most of those trips are going to be occurring at off-peak hours for North Quincy Street. While there will be some traffic associated, of course, with bus movements, we also thought it was important to point out that the buses parked on this site will support 6 transit routes, principally in North Arlington, which accounts for a reduction of about 1,900 vehicle trips per day. In terms of proposed mitigation, we're recommending the board adopt 5 conditions. The first one is just that the applicant, maintain compliance with all of applicable codes and ordinances at the state, local, and federal level. Number 2, maintain contact with the Boston, Virginia Civic Association and with Cherrydale through the means of a neighborhood liaison who will be available to address questions and concerns, and will also facilitate at least one community meeting with these groups annually to discuss issues. Number 3 just simply limits the use to the M1 portion of the site. Number 4, again, as I previously mentioned, limits the term to 3 years, December 31st of 2025. Number 5, the applicant will touch more on this, but it would require them to install and maintain an acoustical barrier along the fence line of the eastern parking area that's shown on the image on the screen. And then in addition to that, we are recommending annual administrative reviews each May for the life of this use permit, which schedules our enforcement staff from zoning and ISD to go out and inspect for compliance with the approved conditions and other codes. In terms of community engagement, we've done standard outreach to Boston, Virginia Square and Cherrydale. We know that Boston, Virginia Square is opposed to this use. We've also hosted a virtual community meeting on April 21st to talk about this and try to answer questions. Primary concerns that were raised that are germane to the use permit had to do mostly with noise and traffic, which we feel like the proposed conditions will mitigate. So just to conclude, this proposal is consistent with the zoning ordinance. It's substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan. The buses are a critical part of our emergency response network. And so given all of the above, given the proposed conditions in administrative review, we feel that this use will not adversely affect the health and safety of the neighbors. It will not be detrimental to the public welfare and is certainly in compliance with the master plans of the county. And we recommend the county board adopt the use permit. Thanks.
I believe in this context, the applicant is Mr. May of our Facilities Bureau, so I'll welcome any comments from you, sir.
All right, thank you. I am George May, representing DES Facilities and Engineering, and I'd like to present rationale for requesting this use permit. Could I have the first slide, please? Okay, the use permit that we're requesting is for temporary bus parking at Quincy. And the basis for this is that it will allow construction to start for the art maintenance and operation facility at the Shirlington Road site, where up to 41 buses are now parked, and they need to be relocated for construction at the site. So I want to cover the basis of our request, including why and how Quincy was selected, and how we plan to operate at Quincy with the least impact to the neighborhood. Next. As an overview, this map shows where the art operations are currently in the dark green boxes. The number 3 is the current Shirlington Road site where we will be proposing to construct the new facility. The orange box at the top, towards the top of the page, is a location of the Quincy site where we're requesting our use permit. At the bottom of the slide, number 4, is where we currently lease a maintenance facility in Fairfax County, often known as the Farrington site. One of our drivers for our entire program, you'll hear for this use permit and later, is the lease at that facility expires the end of June 2025. That is a primary driver for all of our requests today. Next. We need swing space, as I mentioned, so the construction at the Shirlington site for the new art and operation and maintenance facility can start. And the 41 buses that are there today need to be relocated. 12 will go to the Southeast light maintenance facility, and 29 go to alternate swing space. The swing space, it allows us to maintain services during the construction period. Art is heavily used. In the pre-pandemic timeframe, we had 2.95 annual riders. We're projecting as we come out of the pandemic to go to 3 million now annual riders. And this service is critical for folks who use the buses to reach their points of employment and their daily living activities. Next. The selection criteria that led us to Quincy was we needed sufficient space for the 29 buses, for the staff driver parking and staff driver waiting area, and restrooms and an administration function. And we wanted to pick one location for efficiency in a reasonable distance to the light maintenance facility. The zoning needed to be compatible and the setup costs should be minimal. The temporary art bus parking at Quincy requires a use permit because the area, as Mr. Watson mentioned, exceeds the 20,000 square feet. We're requesting approval of this use permit so the art operation and maintenance facility construction can start. Should the board approve our use permit request, art buses will park in the 2 lots that Mr. Watson also showed you on the other side of building Quincy 2. Buses will enter the east or the right-hand lot and first fill the west lot or the left-hand side using the drive aisle on the I-66 side of the Quincy 2 building. All buses will start their service routes from the west lot using the gates closest to Quincy Road. The buses from the east lot will similarly use the drive aisle to exit for their routes. Board approval of this requested use permit will not impede some of the other ongoing operations at the other Quincy buildings. Building Quincy 1 is under construction to house police emergency vehicles and fire department reserve equipment, and it will complete in mid-June. Building 3 provides storage for our street light and signal poles and equipment. Access to Building 3 is on the east side opposite the temporary bus parking area. Building 4 contains the county's COVID supplies and inventory, and with the board approval of the APS White Fleet parking amendment, these vehicles will park in front of Building 4. Next. Upon board approval of the temporary use permit bus parking in Quincy, operations will be starting at 5 a.m. and completing by midnight based on the projected departure and return data I'll show on the next slide. Bus operations are from Quincy are weekdays only. There is no Saturday or Sunday service from this site. Buses that would complete their routes but don't recycle through the Southeast facility or light maintenance facility where they would normally go for fare collection, fueling, and washing may be shuttled to that facility between 7 p.m. and midnight. Additionally, some bus shuttling may occur Sunday evenings to prepare buses for their Monday departures. This graphic is a projected rollout and return of buses to and from Quincy. The green bars are for departures, the orange bars are returning. The dotted box at the right of the slide is the interval when bus shuttling to each facility may occur. Next. Next, please. We do recognize that projected bus activities overlap normal sleeping hours, and we arranged operations to minimize the bus noise to the extent possible with our counterclockwise traffic pattern, with early morning departures from the lot closest to Quincy Street and most shielded by building Q1 and furthest from the neighborhood homes. Additionally, we will be installing, as Mr. Watson mentioned, the noise abatement blanket on the south fence and gates of the east parking lot. This illustration shows, next, please, Betsy. This shows the acoustic blanket. It is a flexible fiber blanket. It'll be attached to the fence and gates and will give us some noise reduction capacity. Next. Should the board approve our requested use permit, we will start site preparation in the immediate future. Fences and swing gates will be installed around the east and west lots to secure the ART bus parking areas. We'll be providing a black chain link fence, which would be 7 feet high, except the fence and the gates facing to North Quincy Street will be 4 feet high as they are adjacent to an unimproved right-of-way and are limited to the 4 feet height by the zoning ordinance. Again, the red line on the south-facing fence between 2 and 3 is the noise abatement blanket. Additionally, we will be repainting or refreshing the vehicle parking lane shown throughout the site with the start of our site preparation and remove the 3 speed bumps in the bus entry lane so it reduces travel route, noise after the travel route. After the ART buses move back to the completed Arlington operation and maintenance facility, the passenger vehicle parking area lane striping will be restored to their original layouts. Next. Additionally, our DES team will team with Parks to address the landscaping issues on the south property line, including replacing the fence, which is in poor condition, removing dead trees and invasive ivies, and planting screening materials between the remaining 1985 site plan trees, while also not impacting the root zones of those trees. We will arrange meetings with our neighbors on determining the fence and landscaping selections as we go forward. Additionally, as Mr. Watson suggested or requested, we will name a neighborhood liaison to meet annually with the Ball State Virginia Square Civic Association and the Quincy neighbors. Next, should the board approve our temporary use permit, we anticipate working to the schedule shown here. The red diamond are today's events, including our request for this permit and the permits at the Shirlington Road site. The blue bar shows the interval when we will be restoring or temporarily staging buses from the Quincy site. The green bar below it is the time for the maintenance, operation and maintenance facility construction, projected to end by the end of calendar 24. The blue lines and symbols in 2025 are the time for us to shake down startup operations and transfer maintenance to the maintenance facility, at which point the buses will return to the Quincy site. Lastly, in summary, we're requesting this temporary commercial parking use permit for our buses at Quincy, which will allow us to move the buses so we can start construction at the Shirlington site. Additionally, we will be requesting in the next agenda item the use permit and construction award for the maintenance facility at Shirlington. That concludes this portion of our request.
Thank you.
I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. May, and thank you as well to Mr. Watson and Ms. Herbst. I do believe, I know Ms. Steinberger from the Planning Commission chaired the Public Facilities Review Committee for the new O&M site. Ms. Steinberger, good morning. I don't know if you have any comments you wanted to make on behalf of the Planning Commission on this part of the agenda.
Not on this part.
Okay.
This part did not particularly come before the PFRC.
Great.
And so the letter I prepared is
Exclusive
addresses the new site.
Okay,
Right.
fantastic. So if you wouldn't mind staying with us, we'll get to that item.
Of course.
In that case, I believe we have some public speakers for this item, and Ms. Jacobs, I'll invite you to call their names, please.
Yes. Our first speaker is Paul Ashen, followed by Mary Shum Brady.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Ashen. I think I saw you on the video screen earlier.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, other members of the board. I'm Paul Ashen. I'm speaking, although we know each other in other capacities, of course, all of us, I'm speaking today in the capacity of a member of the Executive Committee of the Ballston Virginia Square Civic Association. Today's going to be a bit technical. My neighbors and colleagues are going to present a lot of information to you. But let's step back for a moment and examine what we're really talking about. We're talking about buses in a residential neighborhood. We're talking about 29 25-ton buses emitting particulate matter and making up to 82 decibels of noise within 15 feet of people's bedrooms. I don't think anybody on this call or anybody on the board would think that that was something that they wanted in their lives, and I can hope you're sympathetic with my neighbors most directly affected who feel the same. County staff are requesting two separate actions from you today: the special use permit for the ART buses and to amend the license to move the APS white fleet to a different part of the property to make room for those ART buses. These two actions are linked, they stand or fall together. We in the BVSCA firmly believe that staff have failed to make the case for either, and we intend to show that today, as we have in numerous letters and interventions since this project was first mooted. In structure, I'll outline the main argument, then my colleagues and other neighbors will use their time to go into depth on key points. The core issue concerning the use permit has to do with the three stipulations and requirements in the zoning law regulation. We will show that the proposed use permit fails to meet the requirements to adversely affect health and safety, be detrimental to injurious to property and improvements, and be in conflict with the purposes of the master plans of the county. As far as health and safety are concerned, we will show that there's been insufficient study of the air quality, traffic and pedestrian safety, and noise impacts. Air quality has not been studied at all. Traffic impact has been not studied for the surrounding neighborhood streets, and the key elements of the noise study rely on indirect modeling with faulty methodology rather than direct observation, which would likely reveal levels 4 to 6 times higher than what staff aver. We will also show that the proposed mitigation measures are inadequate. We will show that even the plans for the use of the Quincy site has a detrimental effect on the values of surrounding properties, a finding that, ironically, the State Real Estate Assessment Office has acknowledged by lowering the assessment of some of the affected properties. As far as the license agreement is concerned, we will show that moving the white fleet from where it's currently housed is prohibited by the deed of covenant and the site plan. Staff would have you believe that because there was surface parking in 1985, any parking should be permitted now. We will show the legislative record and documents from the Planning Commission clearly envision only parking that supported the uses of the buildings on the site. We ask that you deny this use permit given the many issues and unanswered questions. If it is permitted, we need board review, not administrative review on an annual basis, and we need a firm commitment to long-term planning that must be included and budgeted in the CIP. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ashen.
Our next speaker is Mary Shum Brady, followed by Gian Dang.
Hello, my name's Marie Shum Brady. I am a longtime member of Arlington County. I've been here since 1973. And I have been in my home since 1985. I've been involved in a number of issues in Arlington County. I used to come here every week and listen to this board. I'm here as a member of the Ballston Virginia Square Civic Association, which is a diverse civic association that includes single-family housing, multiple-family housing, high-rises, and commercial interests. I'm here as a signatory to that 1985 deed of covenant that pertains to the Buck property, which is now called the Quincy site. So basically, I am here to, in support of my neighbors and in support of the position of the Civic Association. And I hope you will take their concerns seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brady.
Our next speaker is Jian Dang, followed by followed by Robbie Woodson.
Good morning, Ms. Dung. Oh, I believe you might be on mute still.
Hello,
Good
my
morning.
name is Wang Dang, and I'm here to speak about the noise concerning the site, and I have three main questions. The first question is, do Arlington residents realize that when the county owns or purchases a property, they have exempted themselves from the noise ordinance, meaning that, unlike you or I, Arlington County staff and its contractors are allowed to make as much noise as they like, wherever and whenever. That is why they think it is fine to place buses in a residential area that will operate from before 4 a.m. till after midnight. Unless you like noise almost 24/7, you do not want Arlington County to purchase a property in your neighborhood. The second question is, did the board member watch the two videos that BVSCA members took on January 15 feed test operation that the county organized, where they brought in own 29 buses? These videos are at the bostoncivics.org website. If you have viewed the videos, you have seen that the real noise level are not what the DES staff and the consultant at the Kimley Hall had claimed you would hear in their September noise study. In their study, and what DES reported was that we would experience just 2 to 3 decibel levels higher than the baseline level without buses. They said that these noise differences would be barely noticeable and that it would be in the 55 decibel range like a refrigerator. At the feed test, with a portable device that we purchased, and you can see on our videos, we had readings of over 80 decibel when the buses were starting and moving, or about 30 decibel higher than in the study, which anticipated 2 to 3 decibel. According to a chart included in the Kimley Hall study, this would be comparable to the operation of a jackhammer being used for break up concrete or asphalt. Normally, this level of noise would violate the county noise control ordinance during the hours when the ART buses will operate. But of course, the county exempt itself from the ordinance applicability. The third question, do board members realize that the only mitigation that the county is offering is to abate the noise is a blanket? Yes, you heard that right. A blanket on a chain link fence. It would be used, so why even bother? The county asserts that it will save millions of dollars by basing the AR.
Thank you, Ms. Dong. Before we bring in the next speaker, I just want to note for the record, we have been joined by our colleague, Ms. Garvey. Ms. Garvey, good morning. She is joining us remotely from Germany.
Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robbie Woodson, followed by Alex Baj.
Good morning, Mr. Woodson.
Good, it's Miss Woodson.
Ms. Woodson, I'm sorry. Looking at the wrong video there. Nice to have you with us.
Well, thank you. On behalf of being a lifelong resident of more than 42 years and living in the same home here in Arlington, one home away from the Buck property, to which my parents were also co-signers of the easement and sat through many, many county meetings. And that is part of the reason why North Nelson was shut off from the Quincy Street parking. And the facility was as a result of moving vans and the safety and hazards and the noise that it posed to the community back in '82. We were guaranteed as residents in the conversations with the county up to '85 that this would always be something that would be discussed with the local and residents bordering the property for use going back to that covenant. I also would bring back to the county's more immediate need and concern regarding this property property is the increased crime that we have been witnessing, to which Arlington County the police have not actually responded. There have been multiple equipment break-ins into the back property, which I believe, according to the site plan, is Q4 and Q5, with people trying to get into the current vehicles that are there. And as being a homeowner, one house away, I have heard this at 3 o'clock in the morning. I would recommend and encourage increased police presence if this was to move forward for the safety of not over the neighborhood, but also the art fleet. I would also highlight that there are continuing and increasing traffic violations, as my counterparts and neighbors with the Civic Association have pointed out. There is not sufficient traffic restrictions or mitigation that will allow for the buses to come and go as it is when the high school lets out or is convening. There is drastic increases into the side streets and along Quincy that causes extensive traffic. And so I would request another assessment and potentially putting in some temporary lights to allow for and control more on the Quincy side of the property. Also, the sound is a continual problem, and I want to emphasize what my neighbors have said in the Boston Civic Association is that it is important when the county becomes your partner in your neighborhood that they care for you and help convene meetings. I urge you to deny this use permit, and the permit needs to have annual board review, not just administrative staff. And I commit and ask for a firm commitment for a long-term planning and work with the Boston Civic Association for continued use of the property.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alex Baj, followed by Ann Finken.
Hi, this is Alex Bai. Thank you to the board and staff. I appreciate the comments from the chair earlier in this meeting about wanting to make the best decisions for the community, and that is appreciated. My home is 122 years old. It's one of the original farmhouses. We've been in our home for over 20 years. We have 4 children in the Arlington schools, including 3 at Washington Liberty, which is just a block away. We have many friends in the neighborhood and no possibility of moving. Our home is, when the buses did a test run, we could see and hear the buses from my bedroom window. The Buck site is not an appropriate use for a bus depot because of the very close proximity to neighbors and lack of a buffer zone. I support all of the information in the Civic Association letters and note that these issues have not been properly addressed. I am concerned about traffic and pollution, but my primary concern is noise during overnight sleeping hours. All other prior uses over many, many years have not involved overnight noise. The noise comes from 2 areas. It comes from buses moving around throughout the night. We heard about 200 vehicles in off-peak hours, new shifts starting at 4 a.m., a large number of buses. Even if just a few are beeping, my children will not be able to sleep. I'm also concerned about drivers. There's been absolutely no discussion of mitigation of driver noise, where drivers are coming in and going at pre-dawn hours and parking right next to homes. There is only an old wooden fence between homes and that use. If the county approves this use, which it absolutely should not, it must get more realistic about mitigations. I do appreciate Mr. May and others' attempts to do a flow that minimizes beeping, but there is absolutely nothing about minimizing the noise from drivers, and there are simply too many buses moving in narrow spaces to stop that backup beeping altogether. This really is an opportunity for Arlington County, for the board and staff to show that they are a good neighbor and that they respect the communities in which the county owns property and will not make homes in those communities. Finally, we need a long-term plan for this site that really takes into account its location in the community and its proximity to homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bai.
Our next speaker is Ann Finken, followed by Mary Claire Whitehead.
Good morning, County Board. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Great. Good morning, County Board, representatives of Arlington County School, and members of the public. My name is Ann Finken, and I live on 14th Street between Quincy and Nelson Street, just across from the prior speaker's address. And I love my diverse neighborhood that hosts Washington Liberty, where I previously was a chemistry teacher, Arlington Science Focused School, where my son is a student, and Hayes Park, where my family visits multiple times a week. As a mom of 2 children, I do not ask my children for perfection, particularly during a pandemic that has severely impacted their childhood. However, I do expect them to do their best. In Arlington County and this board and Arlington Public Schools, I also expect you to do your best. Thus, county board members, Mr. May, Mr. Watson, and Ms. Herbst, is this the best you can do? Is this the best we can do? Is one community meeting a year the best that can be done? And as others have noted, the mitigations, are these the best that we can do? This proposal should not go forward without better mitigation. This property was purchased in 2017 with tens of millions of taxpayer dollars. And when my son goes by the property, he says, "Oh, is Jumpin' Joey still there?" And I have to say no. And then, as an inquisitive child, he says, "Well, what is there?" And for many years, I have not had an answer. And so I expect the best for this CIP. I would like a plan. I want a plan for the next 15 years for my children when they will be in my home, that I can tell them what the plan is. So let's do our best. Let's come up with a better plan for this property. And let's come up, although I do not approve this project, if it is approved, let us come up with better mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Claire Whitehead, followed by Don Cooper.
Good morning, everyone. I am Mary Claire Whitehead, and I have lived on north of Nelson's. I'm getting some feedback. Hold on a moment. As a longtime resident, I never thought that I would say that Arlington County government ignores its citizens and is not a good neighbor. Back in the 1980s, we worked with the Buck organization and the county when the owners wanted to expand the buildings and add parking. After much discussion, we all reached a compromise. The building and parking expanded, and the neighborhood won accommodations in the balance. The neighborhood stepped up to encourage the county to use the Buck site for COVID testing, and then supported it when it began. We worked with Arlington Public Schools to address their parking needs for school bus parking. Contrary to what was reported in the December press release about the plans for the Buck site. All in all, we have been concerned, but good neighbors. So what do we get in exchange? Did county staff talk to us in advance about the idea of using the Buck site for art buses and ask for our input? No. We learned of the plans in December when DES told us what would be happening, and that the use permit would be rubber stamped by the county board. When I looked at the county website, the information about the Buck site included a section labeled community involvement. Community involvement used to be important in Arlington. It was part of the Arlington way. If the December meeting now counts as community involvement, the county has redefined the word involvement and killed the Arlington way in the process. We were originally told that the request was for temporary bus storage, then told it was for permanent use. Now, based on what I hear this meeting, it may or may not be for temporary use. None of this leads me to trust anything that the county government or its staff says. The request in front of the county board today may sound simple. However, it is in fact a dangerous precedent, one that should warn all Arlington County citizens that Arlington County is not a good neighbor. I don't care if you live in Crystal City, Glen Carlin, where. If Arlington County owns or buys property in your neighborhood, beware. The county government sent $30 million to buy the Buck site. Imagine how many houses the county can buy in your neighborhood. And now imagine what they could put there. And you can't do anything because the county can change zoning by fiat and exempt themselves from their own regulations. And involvement only means telling you. Yes, the county has needs for services, but in the end, it's how you work with the impacted neighbors to make compromises that makes you a good neighbor.
Thank you, Ms. Whitehead. Your time is concluded.
Our next speaker is Dawn Cooper, followed by Dennis Whitehead. Dawn Cooper?
Yes, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Good morning. My name is Dawn Cooper, and I'm a resident of the Ballston Virginia Square Civic Association. These remarks today should serve as a warning to other Arlington neighborhoods on what happens when Arlington County buys property in your neighborhood and becomes your neighbor. Arlington County ignores its own laws, its citizens, as well as those serving on its behalf. Case in point, the Joint Facilities Advisory Commission, otherwise known as JFAC. JFAC is an advisory body jointly appointed by the county and school boards. Its mission is to provide input to the boards on, among other matters, long-range facility planning for both the Arlington County government and Arlington Public Schools. As such, significant resources have been invested in JFAC. JFAC was charged with evaluating uses for the Quincy Street site. JFAC thoroughly analyzed appropriate uses for the site through a years-long process that involved broad community engagement and countless hours by the commissioners and its citizens. JFAC specifically reviewed bus parking as a possible use for both ART buses and APS buses and concluded that any bus parking was not appropriate for this site. Further, the county manager unequivocally supported JFAC's recommendation in its presentation to the boards. So the community understood this to be a closed issue until December of last year, when our Civic Association was blindsided with the news of the ART bus proposal, which we later learned DES had been planning for over a year with zero consultation. We also learned that the JFAC commissioner hadn't been notified of the proposal either. This lack of transparency is disturbing. So much for honoring the work of JFAC. JFAC has been fully ignored and devalued, a complete waste of time for everyone involved in that process. Thank you for your service, JFAC. Now the county board will just do what it wants. The community deserves better from its local government. In closing, I have 3 requests for the county board. First, deny this use permit, given the many issues and unanswered questions from the public, in particular those detailed in our Civic Association's letters, which, by the way, do deserve a response. Yes, you will rubber stamp this proposal, but it won't be in good conscience or with respect from your citizens or from JFAC. And it certainly won't be within the law because there's no way the board can find favorably on the requirements of the use permit application, which are not sufficiently addressed. Why? It's simple, because they can't be supported. Second, should this use permit be wrongfully approved, it's the county board who should review the permit annually, not an administrative review as recommended by staff. Third, a firm commitment for long-term planning must be budgeted in the CIP. The taxpayers deserve that for a property that the county paid $30 million for, which has already taken a $5 million hit. The lack of planning for this property.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dennis Whitehead, followed by Tom Viles.
All right, Ms. Jacobs, thank you very much. I hope that the pictures come through. I have some pictures to illustrate the stewardship of Arlington County over Buckville. The Arlington Way is dead. Look no further than this mess where we find our neighborhood ignored or dismissed, driven by DES, an odd misnomer given their brushing aside neighborhood concerns on potential environmental hazards and placing so many 20-ton vehicles in a tight residential area. Here's a quick overview of those concerns. Air pollution. ART buses run on compressed natural gas, which emits carbon monoxide, methane, and multiple nitrogen oxides, emitting particulates into the atmosphere, forming secondary pollutants contributing to global climate change, starting with the impact on this neighborhood. Water pollution. Bus yards pose serious environmental threats to local streams. Pollutants are either directly leaked into the water system or airborne matter comes to rest in our water supply. Pollutants come from exhaust fumes, copper from brake pads, tire rubber, asphalt wear, oil, grease, antifreeze, hydraulic fluids, and cleaning agents, not to mention random spills that occur in such settings and then washed into our streams. Noise. DES's noise study is purely specious. Measures taken during the demonstration registered levels far in excess of the numbers DES foisted upon all of us. As bad as the noise, which was horrible, vibrations coursed through the entire neighborhood during the demo. Combining noise and vibrations induce hearing loss and mental health conditions such as anxiety and depression. They can impact the cognitive performance of children and are stressful on the cardiovascular system. What about sleep? As the buses will be running around the clock year-round. Extreme noise and vibrations disturb sleep, causing mood changes, daytime drowsiness, and decreased cognitive abilities. Inadequate and dangerous substructure. The vibrations we felt far from the buses bodes ominously for the impact of the vibrations of nearly 3 dozen buses, each weighing about 20 tons, rumbling and shaking atop a fragile substructure honeycombed with water and sewer lines. The vibrations will crack concrete pipes, causing leaks, not to mention the risk of the ground collapsing underneath the weight of the buses. General safety. What about fire suppression? The risk of explosion, sinkholes. What measures will be in place in case of such emergencies? Where are the impact studies? Do you care? Your vote will tell the tale. All neighborhoods in Arlington should take heed of this day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Tom Viles, followed by Moira Myers.
Good morning. This is not so much about the law, it's about settled expectations. We expect the government to obey the law just as we obey the law. We expect the government to be bound by the obligations that it has undertaken. You've heard and read the DES's ostensible legal basis for these proposals, but it's erroneous, and action taken in reliance on it will be open to legal challenge. These are the flaws. First, it ignores the well-established history of the neighborhood's contractual settlement with the owner and flies in the face of the endorsing acts of this board. Second, it's an application to change use, but it's fashioned in breach of the requirements of Zoning Ordinance 1543. Astonishingly, the issue of air quality is ignored. Pedestrian and traffic safety aspects of the action aren't mentioned despite their obvious relevance. Then there are the so-called noise pollution findings of the deficient Kimberly-Horn report. In truth, I hesitate to say findings because it looks like they're merely artifacts of modeling. The report failed to collect at the site data generated by the uses to which the site will actually be put. That is something residents ended up doing for you with alarming results that were more alarmingly ignored. Third, I suggest the law will be violated. The covenant merely reduces to writing the binding agreements that were made between residents and the site owner, who is now you. It had the full-throated endorsement of the Planning Commission and the County Board, who's now you. Quoting the commission, it was the product of an extremely difficult planning problem plaguing the county for decades. It limits surface development, which is what they're proposing to do. It was hammered out in vexing circumstances after lengthy engagement to the board's satisfaction as well as to everyone else's. The board underwrote it, and citizens have relied on that. It's a right vested in Arlington citizens. It's not vested in you, the county. And it's protected by statute. But now they propose to throw it over. Against this background, let me respectfully suggest that the modifications contemplated are tantamount to legal, indeed constitutional violations. These would be addressable under Virginia statute. Cardozo said the government is the great teacher. It's important that you obey the law. You cannot license away what is not yours to license. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Viles.
Our next speaker is Moira Myers, followed by Larry Blackwood. Moira Myers. Okay, we will go on to Larry Blackwood.
Hello.
Ms. Myers?
Yes, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Arlingtonians, go to the ballstoncivic.org website to learn the truth about this issue and how Arlington government truly operates. Viewers may not realize the nuances of what staff have been doing under the authorization of the county manager, but we know it, and the staff and board members know it. At the December 14th, 2021 board meeting, the county manager and DES had publicly informed board members that they would make use of the site for bus parking starting in March. Buses would be on the site unlawfully today, except that we insisted that you follow your own laws. I repeat, we insisted that you follow your own laws. Since then, we have seen Arlington County staff in different roles working so closely together and coordinating to make this happen. From our observations, it seems like a whole army of staff. I'd like to talk about the rule of law. A Dartmouth University professor of government defined the most important characteristic of a well-functioning government as being the rule of law. So what is the rule of law? One, it means that laws apply equally to everyone, even government officials and elected leaders. And two, the laws are applied in an equitable manner. There are no double standards. On that basis, the Arlington County government is the antithesis of a well-functioning government. This judgment is inarguable to those observing the manner in which county staff and the county board is currently composed have functioned over the last several months in dealing with the Quincy site. In that regard, we've seen an unending string of misinformation, distortions, hidden information, and alternative facts with respect to the county's intended use of the Quincy site as an art bus terminal. Over the last 3 months, the BVSCA and certain of its members have identified the many flaws in the county's interpretation and application of the Arlington County zoning ordinance. Having made so many errors, anyone with a respect for the rule of law would be humbled or embarrassed. But that has not been the reaction of certain county staff and leaders, reflecting a lack of regard for the rule of law, sanctity of contract, or the interests of Arlington residents. Despite the inevitability of today's expected rubber stamp vote on the matters with respect to the Quincy site, the BVSCA and its activist members have not given up the fight for the rule of law. We've appealed the zoning determinations made by the zoning administrator to the Arlington County Board of Zoning Appeals. And if the BZA does not right the situation, we will entertain taking other forms of legal action against the county staff and county board. In closing, deny this request, require an annual board review, not an administrative staff review. And finally, we deserve a firm commitment for long-term planning, and this must be included in budget and CIP. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers.
Our next speaker is Larry Blackwood, followed by Jim Rosen.
Good morning. I'm Larry Blackwood. I've made my home in Arlington, specifically less than 2 blocks from this site, for going on 45 years. More important for today, in the early 80s, for a couple of years, I was the president of what was then the Ballston-Clarendon Civic Association. One of the problems that we dealt with then was noise and traffic at what is now called the Buck site. Specifically, it was being used as a transfer and storage site and operational site, I guess, for heavy trucks. And it was a ridiculous use in a residential area, and a greatly improving residential area. It was a relic of the old days of when there was a railroad there. We worked with the county. I was very interested earlier in the discussion of the Arlington Way and the need to work together over a process taking a long time and coming to a conclusion. Now the relevant point is living with that conclusion. We thought we had gotten there. We thought that by giving up some things, part of the area was rezoned to from R5 to allow some sort of heavier use than residential. And it was understood, and I think it was pretty explicitly stated, that that use was to involve only incidental parking for the buildings that were there. Since then, most of the time, there was a bowling alley. It's not a bowling alley, it was part of that. There were some office buildings. The only parking was to be cars incidental to people working in those buildings. Now, the proposal before you is to go back to using that site to effectively the use it was before all of that, namely parking, transferring, working on heavy vehicles. That is not appropriate. This should be denied. Incidentally, and ironically enough, at that time, I also worked in the Office of Noise Abatement and Control of the Environmental Protection Agency. One of the things we worked on then was a more comprehensive way to measure noise impact. I believe the study that the county paid for only talked about maximum noise under the dBA scale of a sound level meter. That only refers to the immediate noise. It is at least as important in community impact to know when that noise happens and how often it happens. And our office came up with a measure to do that called LDN, level day-night. Your study didn't do that. And therefore, I would say it was worthless for the kind of impact we're talking about. You need to reconsider that.
Thank you, Mr. Blackwood.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwood.
Our next speaker is Jim Rosen, followed by Edith Wilson.
Good morning. My name's Jim Rosen. I'm president of the Ballston, Virginia Square Civic Association, where, as you know, the Quincy site is located. And recently I was up in the middle of the night and just thinking again about what my neighbors might soon have to endure at a similar hour should you approve the items before you. Starting around 3:30 a.m., they'll have bus drivers and dispatch workers pulling up to parking spaces, parking, slamming their doors, talking, laughing, chatting just a few feet from their bedrooms. Then about 4 a.m., they'll hear buses starting up, idling, pulling out. They'll hear air brakes and engines, feel the rumbling, and hear backup beeping and engines roaring. And that noise and vibration will probably wake up a lot of neighbors who, like me, have trouble falling back to sleep. Throughout the day, the 29 buses they'll leave and they'll return, and more staff will come and go. And depending on the hour, the ART buses might have some trouble pulling out of the Quincy site onto Quincy Street itself, given they might have to board a school bus picking up or dropping off kids at Washington Liberty High School, or dodge kids crossing as they run to avoid being late for school, as my son used to do, or someone riding their bike or jogging or pushing a stroller or walking a dog or just out for a walk, and then they'll pull out onto a 25-mile-per-hour north-south artery that seems to get more clogged every day, and maybe the buses will sit there for a while in traffic, backed up at the light on Washington Boulevard, their engines rumbling and their toxic exhaust settling over the grass and the trees and into my neighbor's lungs. And this will go on pretty much nonstop all day and all along until about midnight. And then those neighbors who are awoken at 3:30 a.m. and couldn't get back to sleep might be drifting off to sleep at 9 or 10 at night and maybe get jolted awake by the sound of an air brake or a backup beep or a rumbling, vibrating engine. And they might lie there worried about their property values and their kids' safety and their own lungs and the unknown environmental impact of all those buses sitting literally on top of the West Branch of Spout Run, just a few feet under the pavement as it heads out towards Kirkwood and down into the Potomac. And some of my neighbors might be wondering about the Arlington Way and whether it's really dead and whether it was alive in the first place and whether it even matters. And I was thinking maybe I would be here speaking in favor of some other more acceptable proposal on the buses. Maybe if someone from the county had just picked up the phone sometime in 2019 or 2020 or early in 2021 and just said to some neighbors, hey, we're in a bind. We have all these buses and nowhere to put them. And we know sticking them next to your homes would suck for you, but let's talk about it. Let's brainstorm ideas. Let's draw on your creativity, enthusiasm, and expertise and figure this out together. But no, that phone call did not happen. The call that did happen was the one that came late on a Friday afternoon in December 2021 to tell us that the buses were coming, and that was that the work of the JFAC was passé, that we should trust county staff all by themselves and not once talking to us, that they had done all their analyses, done their review of all the relevant laws and regulations, weighed their list of pros and cons, come to their conclusions, developed their list of appropriate mitigation measures, and made their decision that the Quincy site was a perfectly fine place for ART buses. So I lay there in the middle of the night remembering the disappointment and anger that we neighbors felt when we got that call. and how afterwards we did our homework. We figured out that no, you actually can't just put buses there as you please, that the rules are complicated, that our farsighted neighborhood predecessors put in place binding legal agreements about what you can and can't do on the site as a way to protect the peace and quiet of the streets and homes, that we were right to worry about noise and traffic and pollution, walkers, the safety of students and bike riders, that we had asked the county to consider those factors and perhaps offset the harm, and that what we got in response was nothing but a flimsy blanket draped over a fence and a neighborhood liaison to call telling us whatever was coming next after the buses, or sorry, the buses have to stay there another year or 2 or 3 years, but don't worry, county staff have it all figured out. And as I drifted off to sleep, my final thoughts, or maybe they were just something I dreamed, were about you, the board members, about how you would try to be a better neighbor, clean up the site, fix the zoning violations, put yourself in our shoes, about how you would be better stewards of our public funds, how you would immediately prioritize the long-term plan in the JFAC your commission called for. Will the chair commit to putting planning money in the CIP? Will you stop using the site as a safety valve for crisis needs? About how you'd really listen to and respect your citizens, go beyond FYI meetings, take our concerns into account. Why have you not answered our letters? About how you'd show wisdom and respect for the rule of law and precedent by voting no on the amended licensing agreement, and about how you would recognize how truly bad this art bus depot would be for my neighborhood. You cannot in good faith make any of the 3 findings that would allow you to grant such a use permit. If you do, will you commit to an annual board review, not a staff review?
Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
Thank you for this opportunity to share some 4 a.m. thoughts.
Thanks, Mr. Rosen.
Our next speaker is Edith Wilson.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone, members of the board, Mr. Manager, and everyone who is here. I am Edie Wilson. I am the president of the Arlington Civic Association, and I rise in support of both items, 28 and 29, because I frankly don't think you have a choice. And so first, I'd like to say that I think I'm here to share experience. We're often asked what it is like to live next to the Trade Center, where there are over 230 buses for the schools right now and many heavy vehicles. We have residents who live on all 2 sides, maybe 3 sides of the Trade Center. They are both owners and renters. We have no problem buying, selling, and renting. Our housing values have gone up. Some of our residents live right next to the street, which is the egress for all the school buses, and they are about as far as I am from that wall when they exit in the morning. Is it great? I don't know if you would call it that, but we work with the Trade Center and we work with DES. I'm very much in favor of this idea of a neighborhood liaison, and I would suggest there be quarterly discussions with the neighborhood in addition to the fact that you need to know who to call. So that's a good idea. I'm also want to stress what the manager tried to say before, which is buses really matter. In an Arlington that is over 70% renters now, we need to consider the needs of people to move around, people of all incomes. And we need these art buses on the roads. I'd like to say how much we admire the art facility that has been designed for Shirlington Road, although we highly discourage DES from ever saying the words Shirlington Project again, a subject which has been noted before, just because it would create confusion. It is actually in a part of Green Valley right next to 395, which is where buses should end up. Probably should have been there long before. I have the last page before with me of the Trade Center Optimization Study, which has been too little discussed by this board with our citizens. This trade optimization study, which was finished last fall, has implications for what the county will have to buy and what it will have to do with many other properties in the future. Because what it said was, we all remember this last fall, Mr. Collins of DES came to our civic association, which had tracked this very closely, and it says, none of the concepts for how to use it better fully achieve the project goals. All of the concepts pose substantial cost and phasing challenges in the multi-millions of dollars that could be used for other purposes like schools. That was me adding. The Trade Center cannot support additional activity, and a reduction of programming at the site is recommended. So this is an example of the changes coming to Arlington County and why we are going to have more widely spread out services and infrastructure and facilities, and why this board has to be held responsible finally for a long-term planning effort, including the manager, that really supports what GFAC's been trying to get to. So I think what you're also seeing out is a balancing between North and South Arlington that is happening in many different ways. I just want to conclude by saying thank you for the improvements that are going on in our immediate area. They are greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Ms.
The weather
Wilson.
for next Saturday is predicted to be very nice.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Appreciate that. I believe that's our final speaker.
That is our final speaker.
Thank you so much. So the conversation is now with the board. I think it would be appropriate to invite a little bit of conversation and maybe questions before I look to a motion. I don't know that it necessarily serves us to try to categorize these questions. I think we heard some themes of noise, long-term planning, air quality, process. Let's go ahead and just open the floor for questions of any nature. So Mr. Dorsey first, and then Mr. DeFerranti.
Sure, I guess this question is for staff or even members of the community, since I know that they've engaged with various consultant expertise, and if anyone is have anything that's responsive to this question, I'd love to hear it. But over the course of the many years since beginning of the site plan and the associated uses, there have been a variety of things that have gone on at the site. Do we have any prior noise studies that pertain to uses when it was bowling alley, gymnastics, gymnasium, office uses, or all located together to really figure out what the status quo ante was for this site?
Mr. Dorsey, we did not do any previous studies. The first one we initiated was to hire a consultant to evaluate the bus operations.
Sure, thank you. And so it's also my recollection that at various times during the history of the site, there actually have been buses that have gone to the site. Back when APS had office uses here and there was the teen parenting program, it was my recollection that those students were brought to the site via buses. So there was circulation of buses to and from this site in its history, is my recollection. I'm getting nods, assuming that that recollection is accurate. Thank you.
Great. Mr. DeFerranti.
I'm not sure which staff this is for, but it concerns, we had a number of speakers refer to the, and also in the slides, it may be helpful to pull up the slide that showed the red line that I think you referred to, Mr. Watson. But the question is about both, if someone is able to say a little bit about the blanket that was referred to, because a blanket on its own is very different, my guess, but I want to ask, than a sound blanket, which seems different to me. So I wanted to ask about that, and then maybe I'd have a little question about where that's now 7-foot blanket would be. But I think it's to Mr. Watson, and then maybe to Mr. May.
Yeah, sure. So we are recommending a condition that requires an acoustical noise abating blanket to be attached to the fence line along that eastern parking area. And I'll work to get the slide back up. I would defer to Mr. May on further details about how that works and work with the consultant on that. Oh.
All right. Well, the acoustic fence or the blanket is a commercial product. It's been widely advertised to provide soundproofing and sound abatement around things like air compressors or emergency generators. It is an item we believe will aid in noise reduction, but we don't claim it will eliminate it.
Thank you. I guess one more question for you, Mr. May, and then I may have a question about where there's buses there, and then there's the buses further down on the site, and then there's also the drivers. I may have a question there, but for you, Mr. May, I feel like the materials I read 6 feet, and I thought you said 7 feet. Is that an adjustment, or did I mishear?
That's an open question, Mr. DeFrenti. We have to go back and recheck the zoning ordinance. I know there's a limit on a height, and it's either 6 or 7. And we did obtain a fence permit from our building department last week, and I'm confident it is in alignment with the zoning requirement.
Okay, it sounds like the intention is to go to
as high as we can.
Sure, got it. So then the question is, and maybe this may be in the materials, but I just want to kind of try to verify this. This is the 13 buses that are covered by the red line, or is it the 16?
It's the 12 buses parked in that area. The 17 park in the east or left-hand lot. That lot is shielded by the building 1 you see right in front of it, and it is lower than the houses that are up on a bit of a hill further to the south. And we did arrange the traffic pattern so all of the early morning departures will occur from that left-hand or west lot through the gate where you see those 2 semicircles right close to, right there. So they leave and go immediately onto Quincy Street from there.
Thank you. I guess the one other question that I have, that's very helpful to have them closer to this Quincy. Is there any on the drivers? There's the noise from the buses, and then there's the noise when drivers arrive. I assume, and I'm not quite sure whether this is DES, whether this is who would be best to answer this. Do we have experience trying to mitigate, trying to work with drivers? We also identify the point person that the neighborhood would work with.
Well,
do we have some experience on making sure that drivers would be as quiet as possible?
Yes, we do. To both of your points, the transit system works with the drivers. We have a parking lot on South 31st Street, across the street from the water pollution control plant, where drivers who go forth every morning in the buses from the light maintenance facility park. There is a substantial amount of community housing right at the top of that hill. We did have a startup and education program with our drivers on muting their noise when they arrive. And that has, I believe, reached a satisfactory conclusion with the community. But the transit people will also work with the drivers who come to the Quincy site. And we will park them either in that area to the south of the drive aisle by Building 2, or further inboard in the site on the lanes on either side of Building 3. But then there will be an educational process for those drivers as well to respect the neighborhood on their arrival.
Thank you, Mr. May. I really appreciate specifying the location where the drivers would be tentatively in those 2 spaces where they would be inclined to where you're planning on the drivers being. I guess I'll share the floor. I just felt like those are some questions that are worth trying to get out there. I do have just one more before I pass, and that is to the space along the pictures with the wooden fence closest to the neighbors. There's some landscaping and, one of the fence segments looked like it was broken in one of the pictures. Can you describe a little bit of the work that would go into addressing some of the invasive species and/or it seems like, it might be private property, in which case, that's separate, but the fence does serve in some ways a public purpose. And so I don't know if that's Mr. May or Mr. May and Mr. Emanuel. But
well, as part of what we covered in the initial slide set we showed you was the plan to go forward to first replace the broken fence, and it is admittedly in poor repair, and it's what folks call an open fence with alternating slats. We propose to replace it with some form of a solid fence to the height that's allowable in the zoning ordinance. And we certainly anticipate working with the immediate neighbors on selecting the form and appearance of such a fence. Secondly, yes, there are invasives that are not under control on the county side of the property. And as I mentioned, we will be going forth with the Parks Department in the next few weeks to bring in a contractor to remove the invasives, identify additional screening material that we could plant between the remaining. The 1985 site plan called for a very intensive row of trees. There are a few that are still there, but we want to plant some other form of screening material so we don't damage the root zones of the existing trees. But yes, we are developing a plan to do that in the very near term.
Thank you, Mr. May.
Yeah. We'll go to Mr. Karantonis, and then I understand Ms. Garvey is looking to make some comments or ask questions as well. So, Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to follow up on this issue of noise mitigation. I mean, it's absolutely clear that an industrial type facility in the middle of a residential area will have to, be mitigated as good as humanly possible and technically possible. One question that I have: so how do we, besides the just raw facts, the bus noise, etc., how else can we mitigate noise? So, for example, at the 5 a.m. in the morning, 15 buses will be departing. So if I could imagine how a dispatcher would act, she or he would make sure that these buses are behind the building, and that there is a conscientious effort to minimize even further noise. In addition, I think that we would make an extra effort to monitor that. So to have like a measuring station that gives us some ideas and, keeps us, appraised about the noise, and also keeps the neighborhood appraised about the noise, the actual noise of the place. So is that part of the thinking here?
Well, that is part of the thinking, exactly. And if you looked at the histogram on the bus movements, the ones that occur early in the morning, we've already spoken with Transit, and they've already bought into the fact that the early departures will all be from the west lot, closest to Quincy. So there will be the minimum amount of travel as the bus pulls out from that west lot. But we're looking at roughly the 3 green bars between 4 and 6 amount to approximately 20 buses, and the west lot will hold 19 buses. So we believe we can quietly exit that part of the site earliest in the morning with the buses going directly on to Quincy Road.
Okay, and then the second thing is there is also the issue of idling. So these are combustion engines, unfortunately still with gas. But how do we manage the idling so that we minimize also the idling noise, especially in in slide number 11, you had the place where you propose to put a noise mitigation fence. These buses are, towards the neighborhood, the immediate neighborhood. We see the back side, and this is where their motor is, and this is the noisiest part of the bus, right? So how do we instruct operators to make sure that they idle as little as possible, that they don't disturb, more than absolutely necessary.
Well, that needs to be part of our plan with the transit department and their work with the operators, the drivers. These buses start up very quietly, unlike a school bus, which has horn blowing and air brakes and the like. These buses are able to essentially start and pull out.
Okay. Thank you. I have other questions on air quality, et cetera, but we can.
Well, why don't we go ahead and, because I think everyone's sort of exhausting their questions, so keep the floor and then we'll
Since
have Ms.
we're
Garvey.
talking about the primary impacts, what do we do about air quality? So definitely we just discussed that idling will be minimal, et cetera. But how do we monitor air quality and what do we do about?
Well, the air quality and the exhaust of these buses is already in compliance with the state requirement for motor vehicles in terms of its the emission control systems and the mufflers and the like. And the buses actually, if you look at our histogram, they depart on an individual basis. I don't believe you're going to have 15 buses all start up and depart at one time in that 1 hour interval at 5 a.m. But there's only a limited amount we can do with the exhaust from a bus compared to any other vehicle on Quincy Street or 14th Street.
Okay. My last question was about I feel that in the testimony that we received, there is significant concern that this is not a temporary use. So what the board report stipulates that the use is ending on the 31st of December 2025, unless it states that the board decides otherwise, so that still the board can make decisions. So how do we approach that?
It's a little bit more than that. Our Transit's desire is to move the buses back to the Shirlington Road site as soon as that facility is ready to perform maintenance and the operators can staff the building. And so there's no incentive for us to let the buses stay at Quincy any longer than absolutely necessary, because we want to operate out of the new facility.
Okay, I yield.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. I'll probably ask a few questions that are pretty basic because I got here late and my life hasn't gone the way it was meant to for the last couple of days. I really appreciate Mr. Carantonis' question because when I came in, I missed the presentation, most of the presentation, but I did hear the comments and I suddenly got the impression that this was not a temporary site. So I'm pleased to be reassured that it's a temporary use. Mr. May, I appreciate your answers about the noise mitigation and the work you're doing with the drivers. And I know early some months ago when we were briefed on this, I learned about that. Have you been able to talk to the neighborhood about that at all? Is this something that people are not aware of because we haven't communicated what efforts we're making?
Well, yes, ma'am. I would admit that our focus with the neighborhood has been dealing with the impact of the buses themselves. Clearly, just as we did on the South 31st Street lot, we need to have a training and indoctrination program, if you will, with our drivers and communicate that to the neighbors.
Yeah, that would be really good. And I think the suggestion that, there's sort of a liaison or an ongoing connection with the neighbors would be really quite good to do. And I believe, did you have any meetings? And I'm sure you covered this in the presentation with the neighborhood. I believe there was at least one tour on the site. I know it surprised people, but I think you have met with the neighborhood some, have you not?
I'm a little weak on the exact but we did have a meeting in the fall, I believe it was in October, with the neighbors and explained our process. We brought several buses to the site to demonstrate how they would travel around the site. And then in January, we had a test fit, which several of the neighbors have mentioned. to affirm that all the buses could safely enter and fill the lots as we had planned.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I would just really encourage you to be reaching out to the neighbors as much as possible and sharing information with them, because and listening to the testimony from here and in my memory, it felt to me like we're talking about two different places and two different situations almost. And so clearly there's been some communication that hasn't maybe happened as it needs to. That's enough for me now, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Ms. Garvey, if you have other questions, please do keep the floor, because from here I'm going to look to move us to a motion.
No, I do not. No, I think that will do me for now. Thank you.
Okay, great.
I don't
Thank
think I
you
have
so
any other
much.
questions. I may have a comment at the end.
Great.
I
have just, no need to rush back just yet, Mr. Karantonis. I have just one or two questions myself. The first is the question of the frequency of neighborhood meetings did come up. Ms. Finken asked for more than one community meeting a year. Ms. Wilson recommended from her experience the value of meeting quarterly. The condition reads at least once a year. Mr. May, or maybe a question too for Mr. Emanuel, because it may be somebody from the Transit Bureau who is that lead contact. Can you tell us anything that you know at this point about the openness for greater frequency of meetings, and perhaps anything that we have learned from the Trade Center's relationship with the surrounding Shirlington neighborhood, which, as Ms. Wilson noted, maybe has not been perfect, but I think has generally been an example of pretty close coordination. Anything learned from the frequency of meetings or the contact there that the community surrounding this site might expect?
Well, first of all, we try to maintain a relationship of communications with the neighbors for all the activities on the Buck site. From the police activities that have occurred there to what's going on with COVID, so for the whole building and all the sites. So that's kind of a frequent communication thing, and we have done that traditionally previously with Jessica Baxter, who is our lead for communications and engagements, and that's now switched over to Katie O'Brien, who's now in that position. Okay. So she's been kind of the lead and the funnel point for the many uses and things going on the site. We found that's the easiest way to do that. Specifically with respect to the transit activities and the frequency there, I think the natural thing that we found is the need for communication and frequency is greatest at the first, as you kind of go through that shakeout phase. What's going on? Have you tried this? Have you tried that? And you go through the iterative process of making adjustments. So we'd certainly be open to that, in particular the earlier phases. I think that's just going to happen naturally anyway. Okay. And it's what would be most helpful. Myra Myers was kind of the lead contact before with Jessica Baxter, and they had a good relationship, and then she would pass it on to her neighbors. So on the neighborhood side, if it's going to be Mr. Rosen, having one point of contact in the neighborhood to kind of follow stuff through also greatly improves that communication efficiency, so everybody knows the kind of the pipeline.
Excellent. Yeah.
That way, everybody gets informed, and we're not, 5 different people asking the same question. It's just better for both sides.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's really helpful. So it sounds like we can expect greater frequency, maybe quarterly, perhaps even more at the outset, as there's some iteration about how to really minimize impacts once the buses arrive. Okay, thank you. Importantly, there were a lot of comments during from residents about the need for long-term plan, which this is, of course, a short-term use, so it's not a long-term plan for the buses, but a long-term plan for what we have sometimes called in our community facility studies use determination for this site at Quincy Street. Mr. Rosen specifically said he would be looking for assurance that there is money in the capital improvement plan that will be coming on Tuesday. Mr. Manager, can I ask you to scoop your own presentation on Tuesday and confirm that there is planning money for the long-range plan for the Quincy site in your proposed CIP?
Okay. Yes, there is.
Very good. Okay, so we can have some conversation about that, I think, in closing remarks, and that will certainly be a topic of discussion in this upcoming CIP about the greater specifics, when in the 10-year plan that should be, and anything else we might want to establish with the community about its scope at the time of CIP adoption. Okay, let me look to Mr. Karantonis for a motion, and then we'll have an opportunity for any questions we've not yet surfaced, as well as concluding remarks.
Madam Chair will be pleased to offer the motion to move under item 28A to approve the first amendment to the original license attached to the staff report to this item between the County Board of Arlington County, Virginia as licensor and the Arlington County School Board as licensee, or a portion of county-owned on a portion of county-owned property located on 1425 North Quincy Street, Arlington, Virginia. That's RPC number 15-040 2021-067. In addition, to authorize the real estate bureau chief or his designee to execute on behalf of the county board the First Amendment related documents and any amendment within the scope of this agreement, if any, subject to approval as to form of all documents by the county attorney. That's on item A, and the motion on item B is to approve to use the use permit for commercial parking on a portion of the property located on 1425 North Quincy Street. That's RPC number 15-040-067, with annual administrative reviews each May for the life of the use permit, subject to the proposed conditions of the staff report.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Would you like to begin with comments?
Yes.
Mr. Quintones?
I think that this is a significant day, as the county manager has already introduced us to the idea of the why this is, why we are taking this, taking up this motion, and why we are approaching a decision on this item. Definitely, what we are thinking here is the upkeep and the operational capacity of our transit system, of the ART bus transit system, of the more than before the pandemic, it was 250,000 people, 1,000 riders every month who use the system. We really want to go to 300 and more. So we need to be able to put these buses, we need to be able to find facilities and to be proactive in supporting the system with the needed facilities. And we are doing that. We will be doing that in the next item, right today.
Yes.
And we are asking for we know, and I am very conscient about that, we know that we are asking the neighborhood next to the Quincy property for a significant sacrifice. So for these 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years, they will have to deal with the noise and the consequences of being the host of these 29 buses. I understand that DES County, Arlington County, is doing everything they can to mitigate the impacts. And we are also putting our money where our mouth is when we are committing, very soon we'll be committing, to a process that will plan the use of this site for permanent use. Right now, we are asking just for the temporary use. I understand that this is not without downsides. I mean, there are a lot of issues. I think that a significant effort has been made to mitigate them. I have to say, personally, I'm not very satisfied with I've received the reports from Mr. Whitehead and others who wrote to us about their current experience with the upkeep of the site. So the sudden appearance of dumpsters, or sometimes the impression of uncontrolled use. So I literally, the motion that I'm putting on the table today comes also with a significant commitment to do our very, very best, as Ms. Finke, I think, mentioned, do our very, very best to mitigate all the impacts of these temporary use. And at the same time, we are really thankful. I mean, I am thankful to this entire neighborhood that they will be, if they can work with us to stem the burden of housing this bus facility for this time. I am always also thankful to the Green Valley neighborhood and the Shirlington neighborhood, who have been, carrying this weight for so long for all of us. So this is a decision that is definitely turning a neighborhood a little bit more. We're trying to do our very, very best to mitigate the impact, but it's a decision that will benefit all our Arlingtonians. So that is my remark to this. And
thank you, Mr. Carantonis. I appreciate that. Mr. Christie, I'm cognizant too, you've had your I have a question as well as concluding thoughts. Forgive me for not.
Yes, Madam
ordering
Chair,
that correctly.
that's okay. I do have two questions separate and apart from concluding comments. So the first relates to the covenant concerns that have been raised. So I remember one speaker, and I hope I'm recalling this faithfully, but there was a notion that the covenant was designed to allow for parking only as it related to supporting existing uses on the site. That's an interpretation that I was unfamiliar with, and I was just wondering if our county attorney could shed light on the covenant language or your own interpretation as to whether it's consistent with what we heard from some of the speakers today.
No, we're confident that the covenant would allow for all parking uses. And also, just to clarify, the covenant relates to the APS White Fleet, not the use permit area.
Indeed. I think we've heard opposition to both of those functions today, so I just wanted to get that interpretation there. And the second relates to some of the concerns that we've heard about existing White Fleet, or I don't know if it was the White Fleet specifically, but an uptick in crime associated with vehicles on the site. Is that anything that you're aware of, Mr. Manager?
I have not been apprised of specific reports on that, and I'm going to go back and check with the police department to make sure that that's followed up on. And I'm always going to encourage neighbors, to the extent that there are any concerns they have, to report that to the police, and we will make that a priority.
Sure, and I also just know that, Mr. Manager, the police department has a really sophisticated and evolved crime prevention through environmental design program, and hopefully we're applying those principles to this site, which requires working with applicants, in this case us, to make sure that cameras or foliage and other environmental elements are either deployed or maintained so that we can properly deter and be able to successfully prosecute any crime that may occur.
Absolutely. And I would say that in comparing what's going on the site now as opposed to before we purchased it, and I think Mr. May made reference to this, there will be a consistent presence of the police department there with police department vehicles in Quincy 1. So there's also that avenue to address some of the issues.
Thank you. And I can wait to make concluding comments, or if you want me to go.
To do it now.
Oh, sure. I'll be happy to. Okay. I'll try to be brief. I recognize that clearly there, what do we have, 15 or so speakers who came and spoke in quite sometimes apocalyptic terms about the action that is before us today. And I'd like to preface by saying that I feel it's unfortunate that many of our speakers have predetermined that if the board supports the outcome as motioned by Mr. Karantonis, an outcome that is not in the favor of many of the speakers that we heard today, it's been pejoratively described as the board rubber stamping an effort that is built on faulty assessments of the law, among other, in my cases, in my opinion, pretty exaggerated claims. And I find that's unfortunate and unnecessary, given the amount of time that I know I and my colleagues have spent engaging on this issue of substance with our staff, but also with many of the speakers that we heard from today, to truly understand the concerns and to figure out the proper way forward. Certainly, it is not because we are not fulfilling our requirements that, in this case, speaking only for myself, that I am going to support the motion, because I find that it's consistent with an application of the law as I understand it, and also makes sense from a policy perspective for what we're trying to accomplish in this county. So I'd like to speak to just a couple of things that we've heard today before just wrapping up, hopefully concisely. This site has always been industrially zoned, and it's always been abutting residential uses. That's really the essence of what's going on here today. And throughout history, there's been an attempt to marry these harmoniously, but never was it to completely decide that operation of the site would be determined by those most immediate proximate, but that there would be a baseline that, as long as this site is in operation as industrially zoned, the owners would take great care, not only one, to abide by all covenants, but really the spirit of it is that it would do its level best to ensure that within the law, the uses that would occur on this site had the community proximate in mind. And as I look at this proposal today, it is exactly living up to that spirit. And even though the Joint Facility Advisory Commission did not identify this as a use that it was going to propose, I'd like to remind everyone that it is an advisory commission to this body designed to give us their best thinking and advice. I don't believe it is a fair expectation that this board would simply adopt JFAC's thinking entirely, substituting for its own judgment. I don't believe that that is an expectation that anyone should have ever had. Beyond that, as we think about the role of everyone in this process, I recognize that very few people ever look at their community and wake up one morning and say, you know what, I really wish we had a couple dozen buses entering and leaving from our neighborhood. I recognize that, and I am entirely sympathetic to it. I really am. But at the end of the day, the role of people who may exist proximate in the community is to determine whether they like or they don't like it. The board's responsibility is to figure out how we marry that with the very real need to provide transit opportunities throughout our community that not only allow us to move people more effectively, but to reduce the carbon emissions of our community. And we have to balance not only what might be the needs or desires of people who live most proximate, but to balance the needs of all. So to take care to be stewards for the entire community. And as Mr. Carantonis noted, we are providing for the permanent base of operations to be located at 2 facilities, one to be newly constructed, far away from this site that we're talking about today. So what we're asking is that the community accept a time-limited, temporary way for us to continue these services without reducing them for our entire community while we get that new facility in operation. I don't think that's too much to ask for the people who live in that neighborhood, even though it's not what they would have desired ideally. So while I appreciate that this is going to meet with a lot of community concern, at least as reflected by the speakers that we had today, I'm comforted by the fact that we are working towards solving the big issue of a permanent facility for our art fleet, a permanent facility that's not going to allow for operations as is, but hopefully as they evolve to be even more environmentally sustainable with an electrified bus fleet. And I think that will provide great value for all of us. And just furthermore, I would like to just remind everyone that this site is sort of being talked about and compared as if nothing would happen on it, and that this is a huge shift and change. And I will remind everyone that throughout the history of this site, there are a lot of things going on, a lot of cars moving in and out with their emissions contributing to the air quality in the area, contributing to the noise in the area, operations happening early in the morning, operations happening late at night and on weekends in ways that this particular proposal is not designed to replicate. So again, I do understand the concerns, and what we're asking for is a temporary, and that has been made clear that it's temporary, allowance for our community to function better. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. DeFranti, and then Ms. Garvey will come to you next if you have any concluding comments.
Thank you. Appreciate many of the points that have been made. I want to frame it through 15.4.3, which is the required findings. And I might have a question or two for staff, and I'll seek to wrap up within that. The Part C indicates that we must find that that this is in conflict with that the use will not be in conflict with the purposes of the master plans of the county. And I would just, maybe it's Mr. Watson, it's those master plans, they're described on page 12 of the staff report, but there's both the master transportation plan and then updates to the master plans of the county. So I interpret that to be the master plans of the county now, not the master plans of the county at another point in time. Is that fair?
Yes, correct.
Okay, with respect to finding B, we need to find that the use will not be detrimental to the public welfare. I would just share on that point Mr. Dorsey's, I would agree, and I would really underscore item 29. That is the central piece of this. We are on a time deadline, and I think that that our transportation services are critical to the public welfare broadly. With respect to the latter part of Part B, I would point out that this is a temporary piece and a temporary step, and I think that there are some of the challenges to pollution in the whole county that are there anyway. I respectfully, I feel that that is a finding I also am comfortable making and is, I believe, is reasonable. This affect adversely the health or safety of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of the proposed use. This is something I'm comfortable reaching that conclusion because I don't see this as this additional temporary use as that delta, that additional piece that comes from that. Particularly, I think that the traffic point is a salient one. So those are findings that I'm comfortable, and I believe that reasonable people could reach those conclusions. Those are, I appreciate the staff report, the totality of the zoning ordinance, and I'm able to reach them. With respect to JFAC, I will agree it's advisory. I don't see binding. I don't know if there was discussion, as I recall, on JFAC of both long-term uses and the sort of shorter-term uses. And I don't know if staff has any comment as to I felt like my memory is that more of it than not was towards the long-term uses, but I don't know if you can speak to that, Mr. Watson.
I unfortunately do not have a lot more detail, but I do believe it was more toward long-term uses.
I'm going to interject to just add the use determination process and the siting process that was accepted, I guess, if not adopted by the board following the community facility study, and that was then baked into the JFAC's charge, excluded temporary uses of, I believe that it's less than 3 years from consideration. So JFAC advised against using the Quincy site as a permanent home, but their scope does not ask them to consider temporary uses.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's my recollection, although I think it is fair to say, of course, that at many JFAC meetings, many of the individuals concerned were there and raised some of these issues. So that's why my memory wasn't sort of, perfect with respect to that, and I appreciate Chair Crystal's point. I guess I do have a question regarding, for Mr. Schwartz, and the question may be not at this time, the answer may be not at this time. There was a number of speakers who spoke to long-term planning and desired a date certain. Our CIP process inherently is very focused on the first 2 years, and then over the ensuing years, it's not, it's a planning process. And so, I don't know if it may be the case that at this moment, we're not at a date certain for that long-term planning, but it may be that we're sort of in that 3 to 7 year area where we're starting to get to some sense of timing. Can you speak at all to that?
I do not have the actual draft of the CIP up on my screen here, but the point was that we want to make sure there's funding set aside, and also in collaboration with all the staff you see here today, which is from our planning staff and our transportation and environmental services staff, that as we get to the end of this period of time of the temporary use, that we stand up a process to plan for the use of the property. So that's where you'll see it. I think you said within the 3 to 7 year timeline. I think that's right on the nose, but I don't have the document in front of me.
Sure, and I'm not quite asking you to have memorized your draft CIP, but I appreciate that context, and I'm mindful that the concerns of the residents are likely still to be there, but I did want to further reflect that listening carefully to the concerns raised. I appreciate the patience, Madam Chair, as I asked a few questions.
Absolutely. Thank you. Ms. Gorvey, did you have concluding questions or comments?
Just a few comments. I think I really appreciate these kind of concluding comments because from my perspective, the job of the board is to balance out the needs in the county. And there's been really sort of extreme rhetoric. I think Mr. Dorsey called it apocalyptic If things were really going to be that bad and where we thought they would be, I don't think this board would be approving this, even though we really, really need it. And there is that important point. We really, really need this facility to keep our transportation system going and helping the whole county. And our view has to be on the whole county. I hope moving forward, we can do a better job communicating. We were not perfect in this. And I hope moving forward, we can work together, staff and the community and the board, and not assume bad intentions of each other. That was one of the things that really struck me in the comments, particularly from a lot of our residents, was sort of an assumption of bad intentions on the part of the board, on the part of the staff. We're all here trying to do the right thing for the county. We may not get it right all the time, but we really are trying, and hopefully we can all improve that a little bit. I really appreciate Ms. Wilson's comments at the end, which actually kind of did a little bit of a reset, and I think was a little more of a practical kind of view of what really the effects might be like and what it is like. They've been living with that. Her area, the county's been, and that's my area, been living with these sort of things for quite a while. It's not the end of the world. So I hope we can just kind of do a dial back and a reset. I appreciate the work of our staff. I understand why people were kind of upset. I think we could have done a better job on the notice, and hopefully we can all improve moving forward. And again, please to assume good intentions on the part of everybody. I'm in a part of the world right now where people are really assuming bad intentions, and with good reason. But back home in Arlington, it's a small community. We all live there. Please, let's work together. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Garvey. I am looking forward to this conversation about the long-range planning of the site. The acquisition of the Buck property and the planning for its future is actually coterminous with my tenure on the board. And I think, the option agreement, I think, was first signed shortly before Mr. Dorsey and I joined the board in 2015, executed shortly after we joined. We stood up the JFAC in those early years. Here we find ourselves. We've learned probably a few things. I feel I've learned a few things about public engagement along the way. And I think the lesson for me, or the thing that I wish, is that there had been greater transparency from the beginning about why this site was acquired, which is that there is a tremendous dearth of industrially zoned property in the northern half of the county, especially north of the Orange Line corridor, and that it is essential that we have back of the house operational uses to serve that corner of the county, that upper northern part of the county. Without it, we cannot deliver the basic core services of government. I consider transit as part of that. I consider public safety as part of that, and other environmental services functions. I was just in conversation actually with a resident by email who lives in the area, and he was mentioning in a rather friendly way that there had been some conversation, at the park and on the playground about, this really seems like a missed opportunity for more desirable community uses, or more traditionally desirable community uses like a park or school. And I can absolutely understand that perception. And I think maybe at the time the county acquired the property, there was some community blue skying, right, of all the things we thought we might want there. And I want us to be very transparent now as we move into a long-range planning process, that the reason the county acquired that property, the uses that were entertained and recommended by the JFAC, these are back of the house operational uses because they are essential to supporting the northern half of the county. And this is one of the few places that they can go. That does not mean that we won't all be very well served by a master plan for the site. One of the things that is, I think, stressful for the near neighbors, stressful for this board, stressful for the staff, is that every time one of these uses needs to be cited there, it is a fresh crisis or perceived as a new insult by the neighbors. I really believe that we need to be able to, in the nearer term, with planning money in the CIP, come to the table to be able to say, recognizing there are going to be operational uses on this site, taking our best guess at the footprint that they will need, working through with the community to figure out what kind of mitigants are necessary, landscaping, sound buffering, other planning, and figuring out what portion of the site can be carved off for a more traditionally desirable use, right? Whether that is a pocket park or a or reforested area, or another use that contributes to our goals of quality of life and biophilia. But to really be sure that we are on the same page about why this property was acquired, what it will be used for, and how we can ensure that the less desirable uses are mitigated permanently, and that there are opportunities for, if not on the totality of the site, but at least part of the site, more desirable uses, such as parkland, casual space, or reforested space. Just to say one more word, we all benefit from a county that can deliver those core services efficiently, whether it is, a primary benefit, as we all do when we need to call the fire department and know that there is, a strong operational center supporting it, or sometimes secondarily, even if we're not transit riders. I myself am a transit rider. Even if you are not, you benefit, we all benefit from the fact that transit contributes greatly to improving air quality and emissions reductions. It's been pointed out, I think, that this is a neighborhood that is adjacent to 66, which means it probably has some of the worst air quality in the county now. Not because of any planning decision that Arlington County makes or that any residents necessarily are contributing to, but the fact that it's adjacent to 66, where there is nationally infamous congestion of cars idling and emitting, noxious greenhouse gases that degrade our air quality. And until and unless we can continue to provide and expand, right? We'll talk about that next with O&M, the opportunity to expand the fleet, to provide transportation alternatives. That idling of single occupancy vehicles is going to continue to degrade the air quality of our community. And so we all benefit from a community that can be served by a robust transit system. The final point I just wanted to make, and maybe to try to establish a point of empathy here, I heard quite a few commenters mentioned the notion that buses are not acceptable in a residential neighborhood. We don't really have any other kinds of neighborhoods in Arlington County. We have traditional single-family residential neighborhoods, and we have higher density neighborhoods where residential housing takes the form of high-rise apartments or denser townhouses. But somebody lives in every neighborhood in Arlington County. Mr. Rosen, you exhorted us to put ourselves in your shoes. I am not asking this neighborhood to take on any impacts that I myself am not willing to. I live a mile from the permanent home of the bus facility that we're about to discuss. My family's daycare is 5 minutes away from that permanent home. Mr. Rosen, you gave the example of families trying to maneuver a stroller down a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit street where buses will be coming. That is going to be my family's reality with a permanent home. I believe that we can absorb these uses, mitigate these uses, and more importantly, we have to, because we all benefit from the results of those uses. So I promise that I am not asking this neighborhood to do anything that I myself am not willing to do, in my case on a permanent basis. I believe that we can mitigate it, and more importantly, I believe, as Ms. Wilson said, we're doing this because it's necessary. So I look forward to a conversation about that ART O&M facility coming next. For now, I am prepared to support Mr. Karantonis' motion. I do understand Mr. Dorsey has what I think will be a friendly amendment to it.
I hope so, Madam Chair. So for your consideration and the consideration of the motioner and seconder, I'd like to propose that in approving the use permit with an annual, what has been moved as an administrative review each May, that we change that to a county board review. And if I could just speak briefly to why I'm proposing that.
Is that accepted as a friendly amendment to the motion?
Yes, I accept.
Thank you. So, I think Ms. Wilson really brought up the most salient point. We already have in our community people who live within measurable feet of buses that are far noisier and more noxious, no disrespect APS, to residential homes and windows and bedrooms. We already have that use going on. So I'm confident that what is proposed for this site will be, as detailed by staff already, mitigating impacts to the greatest extent possible. But I also recognize that there is significant distrust in the community as to whether or not that will be the case. So I am willing to meet that level of distrust by allowing for the opportunity for us to basically check in on an annual basis, because I am confident that the mitigations will be successful. But I don't want anyone to take our word for it. We can actually provide an opportunity where that can be litigated on an annual basis.
Thank you. I certainly find that acceptable. And Mr. Karantonis, unless you have any further comments, I think we can absorb that into the main motion and take a vote.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank
Can
you
I
very much.
just big thank you for adding that, because several speakers mentioned it, and it is reflective of the reality and of what I think will occur, and just really appreciate it.
Thanks. All right. I believe we are ready for a vote on that motion as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Ms. Garvey, your vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed?
Aye.
Great. Thank you. That carries unanimously. Thank you very much for all who participated in this conversation. It is noon. We are going to take a brief recess, just about half an hour. I know we'll have pretty lengthy presentations on the next item, and I think we'll benefit being able to come back to that with newly refreshed eyes. So I have 11:58. We will be back in this boardroom at 12:30 for the final item on our agenda. Thank you very much. We're recessed. We are reconvened for the final two items on our agenda today. Madam Clerk, could you call for us, please, item number 29?
Yes, if we can just make sure that everyone's mics are muted on Teams. Staff, if you have Teams up, make sure your mics are missing something. Okay, maybe that's better. Items 29A through C. 29A is a use permit for commercial parking on the property located at 2629 Shirlington Road. 29B is a guaranteed maximum price amendment for Turner Construction Company for the construction of Arlington Transit Operations and Maintenance Facility at 2629 and 2633 Shirlington Road. And 29C is a acquisition of temporary construction easements on the property located at 2635 Shirlington Road.
All right. I think we will go first to the manager to introduce the staff team.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to have Adam Watson address the use permit, item A. Then Mr. May will address the art facility contract, and Barry Arkin is with us to discuss the easements on item C. So over to you, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon. This is the use permit for the Arlington Transit Operations and Maintenance Facility at 2629 Shirlington Road. This site is within the Green Valley Civic Association. This will be part of the future AOMF. This item is, again, only just for the parking use and does not cover the next part of this item, which is the GMP contract amendment and the by right structures that will be built for that facility. Just wanted to touch on the zoning. This site is zoned M1 Light Industrial District. The GLUP designation here is service industry and also public ownership, as shown in the cross hatching on the image on the right-hand side of the screen. In terms of our general land use plan public facilities map, this site is designated as E8, the Shirlington Road Art Facility, designated for the operations primary use category. The 4 Mile Run Valley Area Plan, which was adopted in 2018, specifically designates this site for county use, specifically for bus parking, as shown on the adopted concept plan on the right-hand side of the screen. Again, the proposed use here is commercial parking for the entirety of this parcel, which is just a little over 110,000 square feet. Our use permit is required because this lot area exceeds 20,000 square feet, thus requiring or triggering the use permit per Article 12.5.4 of the zoning ordinance. We are recommending several conditions to try to mitigate any undue adverse impacts from this use. That includes condition number 1, which requires compliance with all applicable codes and ordinances. Condition number 2 requires the establishment of a neighborhood liaison to maintain communication with Green Valley to address any questions or concerns that they may have, and then facilitate at least one community meeting every year for the first 3 years that this use is in operation. Lastly, number 3, which just limits the use of commercial parking to the subject parcel. In addition to that, we are recommending administrative review of this use in May of 2026. This allows time for the completion of the construction of the facility and typical operations to begin. And what that will do is schedule our enforcement staff to check on compliance with the approved conditions and the applicable codes for the site. In terms of community engagement, we've reached out to Green Valley Civic Association regarding this use. They have expressed some concerns about potential traffic impacts on this site and some additional concerns about the next item as well. We also went and had a fourth virtual PFRC meeting on May 4th to update the PFRC on the use permit proposal. At that meeting, we did not have any issues raised with the use permit itself. And just I would note, as may be covered in the next presentation, the PFRC held an additional 4 meetings on the by right aspects of this project over the course of 2020 and 2021. Just to conclude, this proposal is consistent with the zoning ordinance. It's substantially in accord with the Arlington County Comprehensive Plan, including the GLUP element. It supports the objectives of the Master Transportation Plan, supports the continuity of our county's emergency response networks, of which the buses are a part, and is consistent with the recommendations of the 4 Mile Run Valley Area Plan. So given all the above and the proposed conditions and administrative review, we find that this use will not adversely affect the health and safety of persons residing near to the use, will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property, and lastly, is not in conflict with the master plans of the county. And we recommend approval subject to the conditions of the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Watson, and would it be the case in this circumstance as well that we are turning to Mr. May as our applicant?
Yes, ma'am. If
All right.
I may share my screen, I have a brisk one-slide presentation.
Appreciate that.
I'm technically challenged here. Yeah.
To your window.
Okay, that's it. All right.
That's a question.
Ah.
If we've got a backup, we might be able to display it ourselves.
Presentations.
Too many presentations.
You don't have it? No. Okay.
Can you pull it up?
Yeah, let me try.
High stakes for this to be a really fabulous slide, right?
A lot of work for one slide.
Okay.
Do you want to verbally?
Is it? I don't think it is. Is it? Oh.
I'm sharing my screen now. Maybe
Yep, that one. There you go. Is that it?
All right. Well, where is it?
Is that showing?
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Okay, he's got it.
There we are. All right. As the applicant, we're asking for the use permit for bus parking. I'm sorry, it's not temporary, it's permanent. At the Art Bus, the surface lot at the Arlington Site Road facility. There will be 55 spaces in the surface lot. Additionally, we'll have 9 buses in the maintenance and wash bays, and we may stage additional buses in front of the maintenance bays. For the zoning ordinance, we're requesting use permit as our area is greater than 20,000 square feet, and we'll be using more than 50 vehicles. That's it.
Thank you. All right, I know that Ms. Steinberg has been waiting to give us a presentation. We really appreciate it, as well as your chairmanship of the PFRC, which I know has been involved in reviewing this item. So I will turn the floor to you, Ms. Steinberger.
Thank you. I don't have any slides, so from that perspective, we won't have any technical difficulties. I hope. That said, I'm hoping that my letter was received by members of the board and others as of yesterday. Because really, I'm just going to be kind of speaking to that or from that. We did, as you heard from staff, have a series of 4 PFRC meetings related to this project. The 4th was just about a week ago, where we dealt discussing the need for the use permit based on the size of the plan. In terms of sort of the background of the site, I think folks are well versed in terms of that, and what was went into the process of sort of planning for the site and reaching the moment of sort of having a design for the site. We are in alignment with the principles of civic design, as they relate to the subject use for this, for the art bus facility. I really just wanted to highlight some of the feedback that we've had from the community. As I said, we had a series of 4 meetings dating back, I believe, to December of 2020. So it's been going on for a little while to reach this moment. So we're excited about that. I think early on there were some concerns with regards to the outreach to the community with regards to plans for the site. I think some of that was associated with pandemic-related hurdles in terms of communications and outreach, and how people were able to be contacted. In terms of some delays with USPS mailings and such with regards to the community engagement. So that that was acknowledged, and I think we kind of moved on from that. We discussed the traffic impact with regards to the manner in which the traffic study of the site was actually conducted, and how that accounted for what is acknowledged to be reduced traffic use, reduced cars during the pandemic, how to account for that, and also as there's other development planned in and around the site unrelated directly to the art bus facility, how would that be accounted for in a study. We actually had a specific, one of the PFRC meetings was sort of dedicated to that topic in order to give it full weight, as some of the results from the traffic study had been released later than I think the community would have liked. Discussed sort of the aesthetics of the building overall, the site overall. One of the goals of the community and staff was to break up the mass of the structure vertically and avoid kind of these large impenetrable blocks or that type of structure. So I think that has largely been successful. Considerations involving updates and improvements to address the water channel, the man-made water channel that's there, and some of the constraints that has, both on what can be done on the site, but also ways to improve that to address flooding and access issues. I would say a couple of the items that we're maybe kind of still, and if there's community speakers, they might be speaking to some of these items, is the garage usage. One thing that was particularly advocated significantly by the Green Valley Civic Association, where the site is located. As we heard from one of our earlier speakers, that is not the Shirlington art bus facility. This is actually part of Green Valley, adjacent to Shirlington. The garage usage, and if there was the possibility to have public usage of the garage at certain times, if that would be feasible as sort of a community benefit to the surrounding community, Green Valley and otherwise. This was addressed at a couple of different meetings. Ultimately, I think this is a 24-hour facility, and from a safety and security perspective, not only since it's a 24-hour facility, but based on the type of facility that it is and what's going to be done on the site, that's not something that can be accommodated. And that was, I think, very clear where staff, continue to come to. The other item that I think may be, was addressed in some of the PFRC meetings and may come up again in public comment, is with regards to the signage that will be placed on the building itself, kind of announcing the site. There was concerns expressed by the community with regards to the location of the signage on the building in terms of height, and also the lighting planned for the sign. I think some of that has been addressed with staff's recent recommendations, decisions to adjust the location of the signage a little bit lower, and I think make some adjustments to the lighting. I I think that gets part way to a comfort level for folks, but maybe not all of the way. And then most recently we had our last PFRC meeting, the fourth one, was with regards to the aforementioned use permit, but we're also looking at the solarization of the site and what that will entail in terms of energy savings goals. I believe you also have a letter from C2E2 that, and perhaps they're going to speak, addressing the fact that while that's a wonderful step in a good direction, the site does still plan to use fossil fuels for other operations, particularly heating systems, I believe. So there was some discussion of that at the last meeting as well. Overall, I think that, we've worked on this for a while and we're pleased to be able to present what I think is overall a good design and a good solution for the site, and something that is definitely needed in terms of a permanent home for our art buses. So if you have any questions for me, I can speak to that. Planning Commission did not hear this item, so it went just entirely through the PFRC.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification. And thank you for the work of PFRC, which I know met a number of times, as well as for the presentation today. I believe we have Ms. McIntyre representing E2C2. We're glad to have you.
Thank you. Good morning. Of course, I'm Joan McIntyre, Chair of the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. We are pleased with the recent decision to expand the amount of solar panels for this facility, taking advantage of both the garage and the parking space areas. I mean, such approach is sets a good example of future public and private development and will contribute to the county's goal for meeting its renewable energy sources for electricity use. I'd also note that over the course of the PFRC, the design plans did shift to accommodate a transition to electric bus fleet, responding to the county's board direction and further aligning with the county's goals for carbon neutrality. These positive developments do not, however, in any way counterbalance the decision made late last year by staff to reject consultant design proposals for all electric systems for HVAC and hot water systems for the entire office and maintenance buildings in favor of fossil gas systems. There appears to have been limited attempts to consider alternatives that would minimize the use of fossil gas, essentially an all-or-nothing approach. The overarching concern appears to be lack of familiarity by the county staff and their suppliers with electric heat pump systems that have been proposed. For hot water systems, both solar thermal water heating systems and all-electric heat pump water heating systems are in fact becoming the norm for commercial buildings. There are many local examples, including JBG Smith's recently approved Crystal Gateway office building. With completion of the facility planned for 2025, the county staff and their contractors would have plenty of time to become familiar with these systems. Staff also expressed concern that the size of the boilers were larger than included in the design. As the building has not yet been built, changes to accommodate surely could be made, and makes much more sense doing so now rather than waiting for a later retrofit. For the HVAC systems, the staff is focused on the challenge of heating the maintenance bay during periods of extreme cold weather, under normal conditions of repeatedly opening and closing the bay doors to move buses in and out. Such days, however, are becoming increasingly rare with climate change. And staff did not appear to have considered secondary systems such as either electric or gas to meet the extra challenges of those relatively rare days. Based on my understanding from Professor Scott Sklar, who has installed similar systems under similar conditions, the technology is in fact mature and is used in various other parts of the world, if not common in our region. In addition, the assessment for life cycle costs do not, of course, take into account the current rise in natural gas prices due to the conflict in Ukraine, which is likely to be around for a long time, nor also did it take into account the greenhouse gas emission cost, or AKA the social cost of carbon, which overvalues the the cost of, or overvalues the value of fossil gas systems. As noted in our January letter to the county board, C2E2 recommends delaying approval of the guaranteed maximum price amendment pending an independent review of these decisions by an expert in designing zero carbon and low carbon buildings comparable to this facility. Climate experts warn that greenhouse gas emissions must be cut by 50% by 2030 if we are to avoid the worst consequences of climate change. This project, as currently designed, would only dig us deeper into the hole. Business as usual is no longer the option, and the county needs to step forward and lead by example. I also want to express my concern with the process and the overall lack of transparency for this crucial decision. The selection of the HVAC and hot water system was never presented to the Public Facilities Review Committee and was shared with C2E2 after some insistence on our part in December as the project was moving to the permitting process. Such decisions have big consequences for the county's ability to meet its climate goals, and both the county board and the public should expect transparency. At a minimum, processes need to be put in place to prevent such situations from occurring in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McIntyre. We appreciate your comments as well as the consideration of the commission. Okay, Ms. Jacobs, do we have any public speakers on this item?
We do have a couple. The first person, I'm not sure if they're here, but I'll call Robaline Woodson. Don't see them virtually.
Okay.
So then our final speaker will be John Bloom.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Bloom.
Good morning.
Hello.
Afternoon now, yeah.
No problem.
On behalf of the Sierra Club's Potomac River Group, I'd like to share comments on a crucial question the county faces in its contract for the art bus operations and maintenance facility. That question is, should the county power the building's substantial HVAC and hot water systems with renewable electricity, thereby meeting the county's community energy plan goal and substantially meeting its sustainable public facility policy goal, or should the county use fossil gas systems throughout this brand new building, locking in fossil fuel emissions for decades as DES proposes? This is a significant and a recurring issue. The county's gone to great lengths to secure a renewable electricity supply for county operations. Every decision to use fossil fuel instead of that electricity moves us in the wrong direction from day one. There may be instances where some fossil fuel use is unavoidable, but those decisions deserve careful scrutiny. This is especially true in the case of new buildings that will have a very long lifespan. I'd also like to note that in this case, there are also many possible partial solutions and electrifying the office building portion of the complex is one example. That alone would reduce emissions by at least 20% and could be done with common heat pump technology. It seems that DES ruled out partial solutions categorically in favor of the simplicity of using fossil gas throughout the, all aspects of the complex. So the rationales provided by DES for choosing all gas systems raise far more questions than answers, and C2E2 went into that in their letter, and I won't repeat any of that. But in addition to that, rapid changes in heat pump and energy sectors, including the soaring natural gas prices we're seeing today, mean that circumstances have also changed since DES looked into this last year. So the rationales and the numbers are soft. What about the process that was used, the decision-making process? And here the answer is worse. The decision to use gas throughout the building was made behind closed doors. The board wasn't told. The PFRC wasn't told. I don't think there was an intent to inform C2E2, but C2E2 pressed and eventually was told. At the same time as C2E2 was told, they were told it's too late. It's a final decision. We won't reconsider what's been done. So an additional concern, because I've looked at the documents that DES has provided on this and the rationales, and there's no evidence that greenhouse gas emissions were measured or considered at any point in the decision-making process. That's deeply troubling and has broader implications. So in closing, the county board can require a second opinion in this case and should do so whether or not it chooses to approve the contract amendment. My understanding is change orders would be a continuing possibility in this years-long process. Second ask is that the county board should include guidance for a careful third-party kind of after-action look into what happened here, with specific recommendations for improving the process through which important climate-related decisions like this are made in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. We appreciate that. Okay, Madam Clerk, we have not for any reason heard from our other speaker, right?
That's correct. No
Okay,
other
so the
speakers.
conversation is now with the board. I don't think it would be inappropriate to actually just go ahead and begin with a motion on this. So, Mr. Dorsey, if you're ready, I'll turn to you for that, and then we can have some conversation for questions and discussion.
So, Madam Chair, I was under the impression that I was going to do 29A, B, and C together.
That's correct, but you know we're moving C to
Right.
Tuesday.
We
Yes.
haven't done B yet either.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that, really?
The GMP.
Yeah, Mr. May has a presentation
A
on
separate
item B.
presentation
Your separate
on it.
presentation.
Okay, I see. In that event, I'm so sorry. I thought the plan was to present all together. I don't think I think we'd like to take these as a vote. I can't imagine we have separate speakers on item B.
That's correct. We don't have.
Okay, so why don't we turn it back to Mr. May for the rest of your presentation?
Madam Chair, if I could just clarify, what we would hope is that you would hear A and B and vote on them,
Right.
either approve or not approve. And then for item C, we're
We were moving
proposing
to Tuesday.
deferral.
Right, that was my understanding
But
as well.
as a
I thought we were
separate-
ready
a
for a
separate
motion
item.
on A and B. I'm now understanding.
No, we're
Mr.
not, because we have to have a fuller presentation
Mr.
from
May has
Mr.
more on
May.
B.
Yeah.
Right, okay, great. Over to you, Mr. May.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I am returning this time to ask for approval of the two amendments to the contract.
I think we need your microphone on, Mr. May. Thank you.
Thank you. This is not my day for technology. Okay, I am returning as a DES applicant for approval of the two amendments to the construction manager contract at risk. That will enable us to proceed with construction of the art operation and maintenance facility at the Shirlington Road site. As an overview, the importance of this facility is it allows us to continue and improve Arlington's transit service delivery. We will be providing a modern long-term facility with a high-quality workspace for our frontline art workers, and it supports the long-term growth and sustainability of art, in addition to being poised to proceed with the electrification of our bus fleet. This has been an 8-year program since we began the search to find a location for the facility, and it has now brought us to September of 2020 when we awarded the design contract. So the awards request comes in two amendments to the existing contract with the construction manager at risk. The first will provide us the funding and authority to start the building construction, the parking structure, the site improvements, and the below-grade conduits for the battery electric bus charging that will be installed with the Second Amendment. The First Amendment does include solar panels on the operation and maintenance facility building and the parking structure, which allows us to target LEED Gold certification for the project. The second award will involve purchasing and installing the above-ground charging equipment for the battery electric buses in the spring of 2023, aligned with the BEB purchase at that time. The construction is scheduled for completion in late 2024, ready for bus and battery-operated bus operation in early 25. And it provides the permanent art maintenance facility before the June 30th, 2025 expiration of our lease for the Alexandria maintenance facility. This slide depicts the 20-month timeline we started in September of 2020 when the design firm was selected, carrying us through April of this year when the guaranteed maximum price contract was submitted and approved by the county staff. This 20-month schedule is an acceleration of a normal project of this size and complexity and is made possible by the pre-selection of the construction manager at risk who provided pre-construction services and reduced the contractor's time to repair the GMP proposal. To break down further the construction award in two phases, the initial amendment asks for authorization for a contract amendment of $60 million plus $6 million contingency that will fund the building structure, the parking structure, the site and Knock Branch Road channel improvements, and the solar panels on the two buildings. The second amendment in the spring of 23 will provide the funding for the above-grade charging equipment and will be aligned with the selection of the battery electric buses in the spring of 2023 also. And this portion includes solar panels above the charging equipment canopies, and I'll describe more of that in a moment. The cost distribution within the $60 million Amendment 1, roughly 60% or $36 million goes towards the building itself. It's 45,000 square feet, 3 stories high with 8 maintenance bays and 1 wash bay. The parking structure is a separate freestanding on parcel B. This cost is roughly 22% of the $60 million and will provide 119 spaces for art bus drivers and the maintenance staff. And this amount of space, number of spaces allow for overlap between one shift arriving and the next shift leaving, so we can accommodate both sets of parkers at one time. Amendment 2, as I mentioned, is the charging equipment for the buses, roughly $11 million, and it includes the canopies over the parking area and solar panels over the initial electric bus area. This is a picture of the undeveloped site as it is today. As we mentioned in the earlier discussions, 41 art buses are now parked on parcel A and dispatched daily for their routes. There's a trailer at this point that manages the administration of the routes. Parcels B and C will house the parking structure, and along this red line is the Knock Branch channel where we're going to do reinforcement improvements. It's separated from A and B are separated by the access road to the CubeSmart site. This graphic or rendering shows the parking structure in the foreground and the maintenance building behind it and the bus parking area to the south of that. The entrance to the maintenance bays in the building, the 8 roll-up doors are along this side, buses will back into the bays for their maintenance durations. The white building in the background is the completed Cube Smart building. This is another view from the northbound 395, showing the windows in the operation and maintenance building facing the parking area to the south of the building. In making the facility ready for battery electric bus operations, we're doing the infrastructure phasing in 2 steps parallel to the 2 amendments to the contract. The blue area on this slide is the initial area for the first 15 buses that will be parked under the canopy. Under the First Amendment, we will be providing the underground duct banks and the footings for the equipment and charging canopies out in this area. Amendment 2 will allow us to engage with Dominion to bring on a transformer, which would be sized for the entire electric bus fit out, and the switchgear generator and overhead infrastructure for the first 15 buses, and additionally, the canopy structure over the entire site. And I'll speak to the pantographs and charging equipment in just a moment. The major charging equipment will be located on the south side of the maintenance building. This would be the Dominion transformer, the switchgear, and the first of 3 generators that would provide backup power for the bus charging. And these 2 supercharger panels are switchgear that I'll describe more in a moment. I mentioned the pantographs. This red structure, scissor-like, is what will be used to charge the individual buses. It'll be mounted on the canopies over the buses and connect to terminals that are located on the top of the buses. Along this row, in the middle of the parking area, will be an additional median, if you will, that will mount the charging cabinets for the buses. And this L-shaped structure is a fast charging, bus charging a piece of equipment that does not require a pantograph. And they will have 2 of these located on the site. I mentioned we would have a canopy or an infrastructure over the bus parking area. We will build out the entire canopy area on the initial construction with the second phase amendment, because it would be impractical to return to install additional canopies in this area when we have buses coming and going on daily operation. This is a summary of our bus parking arrangement. The yellow circles indicate the areas where buses having charging stations will be parked. We have the capability to install 47 bus charging stations, and we will have 8 bus stalls, 8 bus parking places in areas where it wasn't feasible to provide the overhead equipment for charging. With the 8 buses that could be staged in horse bays and maintenance bay, we will have a capacity for 63 buses at the site. This is a graphic showing what the site would look like when it's fully built out with solar panels over all of the bus charging area. This aerial depicts the benefits we're going to gain from the solar panels we'll be able to install over the parking structure, the roof of the operation and maintenance building, and the final build out of the charging areas in the parking lot, and with a total of 500 kilowatts contribution. You heard the summary of our public engagement. We did go at the involved level, and we had not only the PFRC meetings, virtual meetings, we engaged in walking tours, we had online open house displays and feedback forums. And as you heard, we had the final meeting just last week to display the final design and the battery electric bus charging features. This is our program for delivering the entire program. It includes today's events on the license for APS parking, the 2 use permits, and this request for the guaranteed maximum price award. When all of these are in place, we will, as I mentioned earlier, prepare the Quincy site for bus transfer, as well as moving additional buses from this site to the Arlington Light Maintenance Facility. And the green bar represents the construction program for the contractor, with a substantial completion before the end of calendar 24. These tan or brown bars are the progress our separate consultant is doing on the zero emissions bus consulting. The little diamonds are our interim reports, and the final report is due at the end of the year. Between ourselves and Transit, we've allowed roughly 3 months to make our decision on which buses will be purchased. And when that is committed, we will also commit the charging equipment with the Second Amendment for delivery and installation, all to be ready by the end of calendar 24, when we expect the contractor to have substantial completion. This additional time interval is for the shakedown and start up the facility and being able to transfer our maintenance facilities from the Arlington site to here. And the little purple diamond at the bottom of the page is when our lease in the Farrington or Fairfax County lease expires. So to summarize everything we've presented today, the board requests for the first 2 items that you've already approved, the use permit for art bus parking at this building, at this facility, and the guaranteed maximum price for our construction. In January of 23, Kimberly Horn will submit their zero emission bus evaluation findings, which will lead us to the ability to order the electric buses and the charging equipment. With these approvals, we will be able to implement the second part of the GMP amendment for the charging equipment along with the buses. And this will also enable us and position us that we will start groundbreaking in June and have the initial groundbreaking ceremony for the county and our funding partners in June as well. That is my presentation.
Thank you. Excellent.
Any questions?
Thank you. And there are no other surprise presentations on this topic, right, Mr. Manager? Okay, great. Thank you so much. We appreciate that, Mr. May. All right. So again, I do think it is appropriate to begin the motion. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. And with apologies, Madam Chair and others, it's kind of long, but I'll try to be concise. So we want to look at making a motion to deal with item number 29, which is in 3 different sections, a couple of which have multiple parts. 29A is it 29?
It is 29.
Thank you. 29A, to approve the use permit for commercial parking for the RPC at 2629 Shirlington Road, subject to the conditions as proposed in the staff report. 29A. Then there's 29B, which is approval of a guaranteed maximum price amendment to the contract between the county and Turner Construction to provide construction services for the art operations and maintenance facility on Shirlington Road, with a guaranteed maximum price ultimately of $66,384,000. That's inclusive of a 10% contingency. Also, 2, a contract amendment to the guaranteed maximum price of up to $11,873,000 for the purposes of battery electric bus charging equipment that will be based on the county's plan to purchase BEBs. And then upon approval of that amendment number 2, the value of construction services in total will rise to $78,257,000. This motion also includes the authorization of the purchasing agent to execute these amendments based on the county's ultimate plan to purchase BEBs. And then there's 29C, 2 parts that I will move approval of today and 1 defer consideration of until Tuesday, May 17th. So For 29C, I would like to move that we approve the deed of temporary construction easements, which is Exhibit 1 on the property located at 2635 Shirlington Road, and that we authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief to accept on behalf of the County Board attached deed of temporary construction easements subject to final form by the County Attorney in exchange for the county's relocating a gas service line from the county's property onto the subject property and payment of the sum of $36,650, and that we defer consideration of adoption of resolution, which is shown on Exhibit 2 until May 17th, which, if necessary, authorizes the acquisition of a temporary construction easement for public purposes by eminent domain, and that will only be considered if the county board has not received a copy of the fully executed deed of temporary construction easements from the owner of the CubeSmart property prior to the May 17th meeting.
Fantastic. Great. That's been moved and seconded. Thank you for that feat. Mr. Dorsey, would you like to begin by speaking to it, and then we can launch it
Sure.
out?
I'll try to be concise with one question and then some comments. So in terms of question, I would love to hear Mr. Emanuel. I remember having conversation with you about your consideration of the internal heat systems for the art operations and maintenance facility. I was wondering if you could summarize again how you arrived at the conclusion that you arrived at and what alternatives you considered in order to produce perhaps a more sustainable system for this facility's use.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I'll try to be succinct. We looked at a variety of options with our consultants who operate very independently. We looked at 3 different options, including an all-gas system, a ground source heat pumps, air heat pumps, and some combination thereof. Originally, we were centered around getting to the air source heat pumps, trying to meet those goals. And the original numbers looked pretty good. As the design evolved, the numbers were not looking as good. The big factor, though, ultimately, which drove us to the decision was the maintainability and availability of these units and the ability of our operations and maintenance team to take care of them. We reached out to our vendors and our maintenance providers to see where they were at it. So that weighed heavily into our decision. I'll just give a little more context on the numbers of this. This is an industrial facility. It's a blended facility. There's an admin portion, but a big portion is an industrial facility. The industrial facility, the industrial portion of the facility, by code requires a very high level of outdoor air in the maintenance building. So it's 2 CFM per square foot to meet the winter demand, as opposed to 0.3 CFM per square foot in the admin portion. So comparing it to like a JBG building, it's 7 times as much as what the heating demand is to meet. So that's a pretty tall order to meet, and we just did not find that we could meet that reliably with the technology that was being offered or the availabilities of vendors and so forth. So it really comes down to the numbers. The board has signaled to us, and we certainly appreciate that encouragement, that we're willing to pay more for systems that meet our environmental goals, so that, we did the life cycle cost analysis, but that was not the driver. It was really the availability of the maintenance and operations to make it work reliably for this critical 24/7 facility.
Thank you. And if I could just have a brief follow-up on that, if you could describe some of the complexities that were unearthed in terms of maintaining a system that may have been more environmentally forward-looking?
Sure. It's just our vendors and their availability to work on these systems, availability of parts in the system, things like that, to maintain them reliability, to maintain them reliably over time. Another thing I'll add I didn't mention in my opening remarks here was it's a hydronic system. Okay, so that means it's water and pipes that convey the heat. And whereas the air-cooled heat pumps, the air-to-water system, it can only produce water at about 120 degrees max. Whereas a boiler is conventional gas-fired boilers are running around more like 180 degrees. So the water is not as hot going through the system. You got to require more water through the system with those others. So what we've done, and it was really good that our discussions with C2E2 and the designers led us to this. It's like, okay, so we're not comfortable where we are today. We can't implement it, but what can we do now to set ourselves up for the future for a change out of the system? So we upsize the pipes because the pipes have to be bigger for that lower temperature water. So what we're kind of characterizing this as is we are making this a heat pump ready for our next change out, when hopefully the technology and the availability and the vendor's experience in the local area can support a large scale thing to meet that industrial need.
And finally, before we leave this, and so there was also desire to have a mixed system looked at, maybe one solution for the administrative component where there's not as much of a need for moving and heating as much air. Did you consider that?
We look at all those combinations, but frankly, it's much more efficient to just have one system. And the mechanical room is pretty tight as it is, and trying to squeeze in additional systems is not your best move in that situation. We want to keep the system simple, effective, and one system is the way to do that.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. I imagine others may want to follow up on that. Mr. DeFerenti, and then we'll come to Mr. Carantonis.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Emanuel and Mr. May. I want to see, I think in the course of briefing, I want to see if I understand the combination here of your comments and then the comments we heard in the testimony. I think that you were indicating that with the Second Amendment, there's a significant portion of the overall electricity for the site would be, I believe, somewhere in the range of 80% or 81% would be renewables. And I want to make sure I understand, because sort of marry that, to use Mr. Dorsey's terms, with the testimony we heard of the gas-powered piece. That would still, I guess, gas results in emissions, and that's separate and distinct from the electricity. Is that correct? So we're making big progress on the powering of the whole unit, but there's still that component that is the gas-powered system. Do I have that right?
That's correct, on site. Yeah, and then I just, we're talking about the emissions, and I think a couple of people have brought up what's changed and what's going on with gas prices and so forth. I would just reflect that it's not just the gas on site, it's the gas that happens with Dominion. So while gas prices might go up for us, we're paying directly for Washington Gas, Dominion's gas prices are going up also, and then they pass on those in fuel riders to us through our rate. So whether it's gas or electricity, right now what Dominion's mix is, if gas goes up, both gas and electricity go up. That's the basic dynamic.
Got it. And then I guess one other question, which is, on this site, there was the comments that we could keep the doors closed and it might be more rare, but you indicated that there is a need to make sure you heat this in a different way from an administrative building. I wonder, going forward, are other buildings more likely to already be in the category where heat pumps would be, particularly for our buildings, because we have a green building policy that'll come up in a year and a half. But for our buildings, are there other buildings where you're sort of deeper in the process of thinking fully electric heat pump, particularly because we have our 2025 goals?
Yeah, we're looking at for both new buildings and for retrofits of existing buildings. One of the buildings we have in our near-term target, and it was in the board's approval, the recent PAYGO budget in 23, and we'll certainly be affirming it in the CIP process, is at a 3700 South 4 Mile Run. That building there, it's not in intense industrial use. We believe we've got the roof space to work the heat pumps, and we think that's a promising candidate for conversion of an existing building, which will then show, because most of our fleet is, of course, existing buildings. That'll hopefully set the stage for us to do that in multiple buildings. We've got another 11 under consideration also. We're doing some modeling to make sure we understand what characteristics of a building are best suited for it. With the conversion then of other buildings, we'll gain the experience, hopefully promulgate through our providers, larger and larger scale heat pumps and experience over time, so then we'd be comfortable to make the switch on a large, important industrial building like this at a future date.
Thank you. I imagine there are other people who have questions on this. I think, one more relevant question, if I can see if I can get this. In the course of the budget, there was a phrase that we heard that I really linked onto, which is that we would be considering purchasing the credits necessarily to get us from 100% of the 4% of what as I understand it, what the county does in electricity being renewable. The solar facility down near Danville is a little delayed, but it will still be in time for 2025. It'll get us somewhere 80 to 83%. Building this is going to help us a lot, I hope, on the electric buses piece of it, but there still will be a difference. So do I have it right that probably we would be doing some calculation of where this new building, it will make, in my view, a huge step forward, but not where we might wish it would be to the 100%. So do I have it broadly right? And maybe this is for you and Mr. Schwartz, the AIR team, but would we be sort of having to make a calculation and somewhat of a subtraction in addition to help us get to that full 2025 goal? Is that what this would mean?
Well, I'm confident we're going to meet our 2025 goal. With the facility down in Southern Virginia, that's going to help us meet our goal. So I'm confident we'll be able to get there. We're on track for that, even though, as you mentioned, it's slightly delayed. This facility, I don't have the numbers right for you today. We can follow up on that if necessary. But most on-site solar in Arlington, given our, even a really larger facility like this, only gets us a little bit there. It's really those large-scale generations thing that get you to your goal. But for purposes of what's happening on site with this building in its lead rating, I will say that the on-site solar will help us tremendously. When we started the design process here, our standard was silver, but when we started the design process, it was this aspirational gold. With the work that we've done and the opportunity presented on the roof of this and the parking structure and potentially the canopies over the buses, then we're quite confident we'll be at LEED Gold, and that will be I think a first for us, George, in large facility that we have, and a particularly large achievement given its industrial nature to be able to reach that.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Manuel and team, of course, I will first thank you for all the work in this project, and I cannot overstate how happy I am to see the change orders with solar and et cetera. But I mean, you understand that it's first of all, it's quite unusual that we use a county board meeting to discuss how a building will be heated. So that maybe sound strange for some of the people who are looking at us at this moment, but it's really that important. We have to be reducing emissions. The entire proposal here is to reduce emissions. Actually, the very fact that we are trying to serve public transit and to improve service is a huge step forward in this. But then it's really a contradiction having an industrial building with a sea of solar panels, so photovoltaic production in front of it, and then a little, chimney where the exhaust of gas comes out of it. So I have a practical question. You answered most of the technical issues here. So on slide 18, in the delivery schedule, between first quarter and second quarter calendar year 2023, it states this is when the set of initial BEB quantity and change order for charging equipment. Is there any phase in this contract where we could take advantage of an improvement in our ability to manage and maintain heat pumps, where there would be an improvement in the availability of systems, where we could intervene without significant additional cost and change from gas to electric for the heating and cooling of this building.
You know, we're in permit stage and hopefully going to get a permit after, if the board approves this, to the use permit. So changing out at this point starts to create risk in the project. Changing out changing out HVAC systems starts to create risk. What we're finding is long lead times with the vendor, particularly on mechanical equipment. So in the middle of this project, changing out the heating system is not a risk I would recommend on this project.
I mean, you said that this is going to be a heat pump ready building.
Yep.
Okay. So basically it is about to say, well, we see an opportunity here now to, our staff is there, our maintenance is there, our vendors are there. We can, in the next few months, because this is, I understand, we are in a transitional phase right now between, two technological realms, right? I get that. Is there really no possibility to say, okay, and then without major design changes or major, change orders here, to say, yes, we can put a heat pump and heat the building electrically with electric energy? I mean, for me, the heat pump is not just, heat pump is not only the general promise that electric energy, electric power is a greener power compared to gas. It's the very fact of the efficiency factor of that. Only one, I mean, the heat that a heat pump produces theoretically is just 25% from electricity. The rest is actually the efficient use of the temperature differences in the environment. And this is extremely, extremely efficient. It's more efficient than anything else. So it would be absolutely great, actually compelling right now to move forward with this system. And you actually admitted to that because 3700 is under consideration, right?
We're under consideration.
So is there any place, any reasonable window of opportunity inside this time plan and with the guaranteed maximum price? Or would this be an extreme upset of the contract?
Well, I think it would upset the schedule. As far as the price, we haven't priced it out that way. When we did the life cycle cost analysis, the most recent, back in December, whenever it was about $1 million more at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, questions on this topic?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the purposes of description, Mr. Emanuel, I think it might be useful to describe a little bit about what makes a commercial operation, such as what's going to be happening at AOMF, different than, for example, a residential application where people may be more familiar with the efficiency gains of a heat pump. And by this, just to lead you to talk a little bit about big, massive doors being open for a long time with combustion running and the need to have movement in and out and what that might do to our perception of the efficiency of various systems that you looked at.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Thanks for pointing that out. That's exactly the dynamic. During the winter time and year-round, it's a 24/7 facility. We're at least operating 2 different shifts. And with the number of buses we have in the fleet, the overhead doors are coming up and down quite a bit. If we have a warm winter, then the boilers and the heat system, no matter what its source, will be using less. But we do have those cold spells every now and then, as we had some this past winter, that demand that for the comfort and safety of our maintenance workers and the reliability of the fleet. So it's just, it's a huge airspace. We try to design it in a way so that it's quick recovery. The gas systems allow for that quicker recovery, of course, also because they can heat up the water faster than the heat pumps do. That also affects the size of storage you need. For the Bay Area, we are putting in-ground or in-slab heating systems, which provide for greater comfort for the workers and allows you for that sensation of quicker recovery also in the space when you lose all your hot air opening the doors. So I think it's a fairly resilient system. And of course, as we use the facility over time, we'll be able to monitor its actual use. And if we were at a system change-out point, we could then hopefully size it based on actual use.
Thank you. On this topic, Mr. DeVerde?
It's related.
By all means, go ahead. I have an unrelated one.
So Mr. Bloom mentioned second opinion, third-party review. I know enough about weatherization to feel like I have some idea what I'm talking about and listening to, but I feel as though full electrification, I'm still working on it and still learning it, and need to do so quickly. But I wondered if you prospectively, do we have the resources that we would need to evaluate going forward electrification? So, for example, it's very heartening to hear the heat pump ready and the 11 buildings in the 3700 because, we're working on electrification. That's the sort of thing I used to say when I thought I was going to lose weight and wasn't really actually going to do it. But really that specificity really helps. My question is, do we need, because, the maintenance, I have less faith in folks doing maintenance because once you go from one type of bus to another, totally changes. Once you go to electrification, there's less maintenance, I believe, and you have to change your entire skill set to know how to do that. And so do we have the resources in the course of the CIP or over the coming month? There is, one-time funding to add resources for the type of analysis, at least is of interest to me over the short term. I don't want to go back and look. I don't feel that's the best piece of this, but I wondered if you had any thoughts about going forward, whether some analysis expertise is needed or whether we have that on hand, and we might have it on hand.
I think we have the expertise on hand. We've got a suite of people that we can reach out to include a whole suite of electrical, mechanical engineers that we can reach. And as far as the resources, we're working hand in glove between the facilities team and the air team. And with your recent approval of the operating budget and the CEP Action Fund, I think we have the resources and flexibility we need to do for a whole range of analyses that we need to for future buildings going forward.
Great. So I hope a piece of those resources, if you're willing, might be to give me an hour to brief me so I understand better what we're listening on this specific topic. I know we talked about a lot in the budget process, but that'd be really helpful for me. Thanks.
Great, thanks. On another topic, I wanted to just talk briefly about site signage, because I know this has been one that really came up a lot during the PFRC and has been important to the Green Valley community from the perspective of being good neighbors. Could the team talk a little bit about how that's evolved and how plans for lighting for this site will respect the fact that it is, per our earlier conversation, in a residential neighborhood while still meeting operational needs? So signage and lighting and how that's evolved, and I don't know who that would fall to.
Madam Chair, the question on lighting was the brilliance of the art symbol on the side of the parking structure. And there was a concern that that would be disturbing to the neighbors. And what we did was lowered the elevation of the logo so it wasn't as high into windows and reduced the amount of illumination. The parking area, which will have lighting, will be more shielded from the neighborhood because it's behind the maintenance building and it's adjacent to 395.
Very helpful. Okay, so no concerns about floodlights or issues like that actually facing any of the residential neighbors. Okay. Questions on other topics? Open the phone. Ready?
I was ready to make a concluding
comments. That's great. Let me just confirm, Ms. Garvey, did you have any other questions that we haven't had an opportunity to surface?
I do not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, then Mr. Dorsey will give you the first concluding comments.
Thank you. I am definitely going to be more succinct than the motion that I actually made at the start of this. This is really just a necessary step forward, number one, to ensure that we can continue meeting our transit goals, but also in really providing some regional leadership in being prepared for electrification of our bus fleet. I'm really excited the way this facility has been designed in concert with a lot of community feedback and to be reflective of a lot of the conversation earlier about how to co-locate these facilities in a way that provides as little disruption to the quiet enjoyment of their lives that our residents in Arlington seek to have. Overall, this is really a lot of good work, and I recognize that some people would love to see systems made more sustainable. I would love to see that as well. But at some point, I think we have to put some significant faith and trust in the very smart and talented people that we have working for us, that they do understand our goals and directions and are applying that with the best of their training and knowledge and goodwill and trust that has to be our way forward. And I am similarly satisfied as well and happy to support this motion.
Thanks, Mr. Dorsey. Thanks for setting that model of succinctness. Mr. DeFerranti?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am also going to support this. I want to note that in the testimony that we heard, there's a challenge of, it feels like there's a gap in trust here that I want to make sure that we seek to address. I mean, since I started on the board, there's been a discussion about C2E2 and environmental analysis was what it was called in 2019, and it's still a subject. But I do feel as though that's something that we need to work to rectify. For example, in the presentation, there was, I want to find out more about, when we talk via briefing, the transportation plan was analyzed, the energy plan was not a component of that. And I just want to sort of pursue that eventually at some point. And I'm mindful that the work of finding solutions is very difficult, detailed. I'm no engineer, but I hope we can keep trying to work on that issue of, with our environmental leaders. It seems like the testimony, there was just a feeling that at the beginning there was not the analysis on greenhouse gas, which it appears to me later there was with respect to the electrified buildings. So really want to try to help there and see if we can move on that. I am mindful that, even in the discussion of what we would be doing inside the space, I'm hopeful that in less than 10 years, there won't be natural gas buses or at least within 14 years, but definitely as soon as we can, there will be electric buses only. And the urgency to get there is and the fact that in 2025, we have this Farrington facility, we want to get out of that facility and into this one. It helps move us, I think, more quickly towards some of our goals by 2030 that were mentioned. And that's why I support, and I want to stand ready to help in that process of continuing to push as we move in the direction of electrification and try to see how we can a little bit work on that trust piece of going for as much as possible, but also working with our environmental community and leaders. Thanks.
Thanks so much. All right, Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, thank you, staff, for all this work. I cannot overstate how important this is. This is the Art Bus Systems home. This will be the operational base. This is where I expect to provide the service to 10 and by then 11, 12, 15,000 people a day or more to be served by public transit. Not only the emissions reductions of that for me matters most. This is the reason why I will be voting for this facility. This is for me critical. We want to provide a top-of-the-line service. We want to make public transit the first choice for urban mobility in Arlington. There is, for me, no other motivation that That drives my thinking when I think about this facility. That said, I'm still, and I respect all the work that went into that, all the balancing and all the engineering rationality that goes into this. But I can't help to think that we have to try harder. And we as a board have to find the leverage and the levers that will support this trying harder. We have to press our consultants to be able to give us more viable solutions. We have to work with our suppliers. We have to work with our procurement system in order to get buildings that keep the promise that we make to everybody right now, that we will be reducing our carbon footprint radically. We are not talking anymore about a smooth transition between the fossil era and a carbon-free era. We are talking about a forced, fast transition. And there is a huge risk embedded into this. Significant, also financial risk at the end of accounts. I mean, we may find, we may be only a few events away from having to make these decisions and having to implement nilly-willy the kind of industrial infrastructure that won't be emitting any carbon anymore. And the more the slower we go, the higher the risk. I have to tell you, I hear the argument about the high bay and the open gates that let air circulate. I remember when I was working in an airport, in a firehouse actually, and we had very fast gates. You would have to clear that because it would close in 2 seconds. It would come down like a blade. It was very safe, but nevertheless, it was the absolute reason. It was in the northern latitude. The winters were damn cold, so nobody wanted to lose any heat on open gates. They were going, as fast as hell, and they were very light. There were 2 gates, a hard one and a soft one. The soft one would close and make it impossible for air to exchange with the exterior. So, yes, these are not everyday solutions. These are solutions that have been sought on purpose to solve a problem. So I really I'm supporting the motion today, but I really want to work with you all to find smart solutions to these problems that we have today that impede us to do the entirety, to produce the entirety of a great project.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey, did you have concluding comments?
I did, just really briefly. I really appreciate listening to all of the ways our staff are really looking at trying to go as far as we can on electrification. And I think has sort of been clear, it is this balance between the risk of, not being able to do what we need to do and the risk of not doing the environment as much as we want to do. And I think right now we're at a pretty good balance point, and I'm pleased to support the motion and look forward to, learning more. And particularly, I hear you didn't use the word piloting, Mr. Manuel, but I think we've got a lot of facilities starting to look at trying to use heat pumps in smaller facilities, and we kind of are moving towards that. So I appreciate all the work. Thank you.
Thanks. And I'll just say in closing, I'm really pleased to support this, and I do appreciate the conversation about the importance of being able to electrify the systems of this building, and I am very grateful for advocates in our community for pushing us. I am, however, listen to Mr. Carantonis' comments. I worry we maybe are missing the big picture here. I had the experience of sitting at the public hearing for the Northern Virginia Transportation NVTA's authorities, the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority's 6-year plan on Thursday night, and listening to actually Mr. Bloom's colleagues from the Sierra Club Mount Vernon chapter highlight how, as a region, we are still, and I am deeply frustrated with this often as a member of the authority, funding projects that are expanding highways, continuing to induce demand, not nearly stepping up to the imperative to make the shift and the transition to more sustainable forms of mobility. And I just worry a little bit that within this focus on the systems, we are losing sight of the fact that this entire project is actually all about shifting modality and making a major dent in one of the major drivers of greenhouse gas emissions in our community. Transportation within county and pass-through traffic, the emissions associated with that by our own energy plan far outstrip the emissions associated with all of our commercial buildings, let alone the system of this one. And so to see this project as anything other than the opportunity to expand one of the levers that is our most effective way to address greenhouse gas emissions in our community, just to me really feels like we're kind of missing the point here. So I say that not to demean any of the advocacy or the advocacy for my colleagues. I think it's right. I think if we don't keep focusing on each project and the opportunities to electrify, to push the envelope on every opportunity, then it is true that we will fall behind. But I do mean to say that we are looking today at a facility that aims to be LEED Gold, that will offset 81% of its annual energy consumption with photovoltaic panels, and that will be home to an electric vehicle fleet that is, again, all about its whole reason for existing is to get people out of the mode that generates some of the greatest greenhouse gas emissions in our community and onto one that is more sustainable. So I don't want to lose the opportunity to celebrate what an important action this is for climate action in Arlington and for advancing our community climate goals. So I appreciate the chance to make that comment. Again, not to demean the conversation, which I do think is worth having. I appreciate Mr. Dorsey's point, sort of noting perhaps the uniqueness of this particular facility relative to that of residential or even other commercial facilities. I think it is fair and it is right that we make sure that every facility is not an exception, right? That we actually do follow through on that commitment. But again, this is one, I think, to celebrate. It's going to help us meet the future of transit in Arlington and help us in that regard fight climate change. So with that, I think we are ready to take a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey, could we call for your vote?
Aye.
Thank you so much. Any opposed?
Yes, aye. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got you. Thank you. All right, any opposed? Okay, seeing none, that carries unanimously. Thank you to staff. Thank you for advocates for your efforts to make this a better project. And thank you to colleagues for the conversation. I believe we are ready now for our final item. Madam Clerk, if you could call it.
Yes, item number 30 is ordinance to repeal Chapter 14.2, Section 7.1A12, and Chapter 14.2, Article 3 of the Code of Arlington, Virginia, relating to the elimination of motor vehicle license fees.
Thank you so much. Mr. Manager, do staff have a presentation on this?
Yes.
Great.
That would be me.
Okay, we look forward to hearing your comments.
So, Madam Chair and members of the board, we discussed this in work sessions leading up to the adoption of the fiscal 23 budget and also at the board adoption meeting last month. We didn't have time to include this in the original proposal in February, but the board incorporated all the assumptions underlying the action I'm asking for today in the budget adoption in April. So if we could go to the first slide. The current rate of the motor vehicle license fee is $33 per vehicle, $18 for motorcycles. It's called the motor vehicle license fee, formerly known as the decal fee, which was usually appended to a payment that you would get. You put in and get a decal to put on your windshield to show proof of payment, and was intended to help to cover the costs of compliance efforts related to the filing and payment of vehicle personal property taxes. Since that time when that was first imposed, those processes have been automated. If we go to the next slide. As part of the recommendations in the adopted fiscal 23 budget, the total amount of revenue equal to we had the higher assessed values for personal vehicles of $5.9 million. The board acted to keep that higher assessed value and use that $5.9 million to set aside the revenue equivalent to the amount of revenue we received from the $33 fee. and that was recommended and adopted by the board for calendar year 22 and fiscal 23. I'm likely to be back to do this permanently in the next budget and incorporate that into the personal property tax. Go to the next slide. Again, the fee itself was a regressive fee, not based on the value of a vehicle or the income of the vehicle owner. And as we can show in the next slide, the percentage of people who are affected by this tended to overlap most specifically with the census tracts in the county with people of lower income. So just to summarize with the last slide where we are with this, Arlington would be a proposed rate of $0, and you can see where our neighbors stand. So that concludes my presentation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Mr. Manager, I'm going to go straight to Mr. DeFranti for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we move the county manager's recommendation that we adopt the ordinance to repeal Chapter 14.2, Section 7.1A12, which is the motor vehicles and traffic section of code, and Chapter 14.2, Article 3 of the Code of Arlington, Virginia, relating to the elimination of motor vehicle license fees.
Second.
Fantastic. Would you like to speak to that, Mr. DeFranti?
I would. This is, I think it's important for our residents to know that this is the sort of thoughtful reduction in fees that I hope shows that detailed look and nuance and fiscal focus that our community needs and deserves. And this is one where it's not, the $33 across the board is not an equitable piece of an equitable fee. And we have the personal property tax that applies to cars and vehicles as a whole, and that is more equitable system, so I'm pleased to support it. I would also note, just for those, it occurred to me that we need to be cognizant of the environmental piece of things, but we have a separate emissions piece that is designed to address that. So for those reasons, I am happy to make this motion.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to support it as well. I don't know that we need extensive commentary. We had the chance to talk about it during the budget, and I'm glad we have the chance to effectuate it. So thank you for that motion. Unless there is any further discussion, I will call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And got your vote, Ms. Garvey. Thank you so much. That carries unanimously.
Yes, my only comment is I think this is great, Madam Chair. Thank you.
We'll take it. All right, Madam Clerk, is there any other business to come before the board today?
No, there is not.
All right, then we are recessed until our 3 p.m. meeting on Tuesday afternoon. Thank you all so much.